panel discussion. So, few housekeeping rules before we start, and I think we said it so many times that artificial intelligence is going to disrupt everything, is going to disrupt, and is going to have this huge impact on the way we live. But just last week, so whatever happened with DeepSeek, not only the fact that everything will change, but the speed with which everything changes. Because a few days back, NVIDIA were leaders and they were competing for computing capacities, but just a small startup from China managed to create this new architecture, and I think this will change everything, and this will change the way companies compete for efficiency of their apps. And I think it gives us a great deal of hope. It gives a great deal of hope for developing countries, because the truth is it does open a whole range of interesting possibilities for us. And many people are saying that 2025 is going to be the year of the so-called AI agents, Grok or GPT or many others. And right now we have this copywriter. That is something that is doing a whole range of action within the browser. And I think this year we will be seeing those magic AI applications whereby artificial intelligence based on your voice requests is able to perform complex tasks. And in general, this AI technologies, I think it will definitely impact the fintech market. And speaking of artificial intelligence, it has been on the Kazakhstani market for a long time. And when it comes to evaluating risk, and the truth is that we've been using AI when performing machine learning and face recognition and many others. But I think especially generative AI is going to perform many interesting tasks. And the truth is we can look at it from a different perspective, from regulatory perspective, from a financial regulator perspective, from a law-making perspective. And speaking of infrastructure, we will take a look at the market itself. We will take a look at the way second-tier banks operate, payment system, and naturally we will talk about startups, the so-called non-banking fintech organizations. So please allow me to introduce the participants of today's panel discussion. And Timur Abulkasimov, he is a deputy of the chairman of Agency on Financial Regulations of Kazakhstan, and Madam Zhanar Samayeva, and she represents National Payment Corporations of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and Mr. Andrew Zavarzin, he is a deputy of the IT and Innovation of Halyk Bank, and he is responsible for innovations, and Madam Arinova, head of innovation for financial technologies and division of the Department of National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Madam Zhamgulova Kanikei, she is the chairperson of the Financial Corporation of Kyrgyz Republic, and Mr. Baynur Zhalenov, and he is also the deputy of the National Payment Bureau of Kazakhstan, and Mr. Azizjon Azimi, he is a founder of AA startup Azimi, and he is representative of the Department for Artificial Intelligence, and he represents the Republic of Tajikistan. And now let's move towards action, and I would like to address the first question to you. So the Agency on Regulating Financial Market, I think we can view you as one of the early adopters of AI, and I think it's been 2 years since you published those packages that are based on Python, the APR. And we know that you use those packages actively when performing compliance. And the question to you is, how do you view the role of the regulator in all this? So we would be curious to find out what your perspective is. So what is that regulator is supposed to do on the market, and what is the role of the regulator? So please, the floor is yours. Good day, dear colleagues, and many thanks for making it. And I will do my best in order not to use so many technical words. Many thanks for the invitations. And I think, first of all, we need to tell how we arrived to this point. And I mean, we do not call it AI yet. We call it machine learning on logistical regressions, etc., etc. But now we call everything AI. And in 2020, we did introduced this full-scale AI review, and we did integrate two testing. So those are two instruments, and they analyze 2 trillion units of table-based information. And since we do not have a large staff, and for every process we do not have an opportunity to hire personnel, so what we had to do, we had to be more efficient. We had to optimize many processes with algorithms, with modeling, etc., etc. And now these algorithms are used everywhere in an active manner, and we do have new legislations. And what we plan to do, we plan to have a separate block, and this is the so-called regulatory observation units. So we need to make sure that there is this element of justice on financial markets, and based on that we plan to introduce many new things. So it's first and foremost, it's all about protecting personal data, and on Monday President of the country was talking about this. We will be very strict when it comes to transferring this data to a third party and what is the way it should be done. And I would say that these are the most important part for developing AI. So those are data, models. Those are 3 main elements. When it comes to data, we will make sure that data is stored in a safely manner. And I would like to say a couple of words about artificial intelligence. So the first one who started regulating AI in financial sector, so those were our European colleagues, and they have the 4 levels of risks according to which AI should be regulated. So we do have social scoring, and we do have certain legal acts, and they forbid using particular AI services. So social scoring or something along those lines. So this is something that has to do with ethics. So we are not permitted to use the so-called racial features in order to define scoring. And since in Kazakhstan we haven't had many restrictions as for which models can be used and which models cannot be used, and that sector has been developing very quickly, and every bank has its own machine learning algorithms, and every bank has its own machine learning systems, and we are in the process of reviewing this and according to various risk models. And if someone is using not particularly ethical features, that means we would have clarifications which features can be used and which features cannot be used, and what are the features that should be used when compliance, when observing. And in the past we used to call it risk management, and now AI has become much more popular, so we call it risky NAI. And risky NAI, so far there is only one certificate that describes it well. It came about only last year, and as part of that we study what would be the regulated correctly so that consumers would not suffer greatly from those models. And if we were to talk about consumers' behavior, we have ordinary recommendation systems whereby bank marketplaces, when they support or suggest you something, and we do have these recommendation systems that have impact on your behavior. So they have a special set of triggers, and they impose you something that you might not necessarily need, and as part of our behavioral observance. So we need to make sure that consumers do not get imposed the stuff that they do not need. So overall we plan to take a look at 4 categories of risk, and let's say chatbot that you've been using for writing letters. So they do not represent any risks, but a certain social scoring that they can indeed bring some additional risks. So far we've been looking into 4 categories, the way everything should be regulated, and all that regulation should be directed at this goal, so that clients of banks or clients of other fintech organizations should be protected, and they should receive what they really need to receive. And what we've been working on with National Bank, we've been working on introducing digital assets, and we should not allow non-qualified people, those who are not qualified, they should not be using instruments such as structured notes. So Bitcoin is a complex instrument, and it's a very volatile instrument, and if we want to view it as a commodity the way it is viewed on the West, so we need to define who should be allowed to buy Bitcoin and who should not be allowed to do that. So we've been studying this, the so-called behavioral observance, and this is something that we should look into it. It's it's important that this should be easy to implement and it should not impede further development of AI tools. So yeah, so this is one of the quick questions. So based on your response, I heard that you want to apply the same principles just the way you regulate non-AI instruments. So you basically apply the same principles when regulating AI. You need to make sure that you protect consumers' rights so that AI should not be used by not particularly trustworthy market participants in order to harm others. And I know that you have this whole range of ideas, and we have a good and qualified technical audience and how they use AI in their work. So in our work, we call this subtech, supervisory technology. We use it in various directions, and one of the main directions is observing and it's monitoring banks' activities. And in the past, so if the agency whenever agency would receive a certain report, let's say the liquidity went down, and the lag in the past used to be up to 15 days. And right now, what we strive for, we would like to monitor everything almost in real time. So we have this artificial intelligence tool that monitors cyber attacks against banks, and we're able to track everything in real time, and we are able to forward that information almost in the real time, or almost in the real time. So if 15 years ago we would gather various reports and we would have this newsletter, but by the time that happens, that information would be outdated. So naturally, we do have our models, and we're able to see in which banks they have a more risky borrowers, and we are able to send them the so-called reaction measures. So we're able to tell them, so you potentially have non-trustworthy borrowers. And speaking of approval rate, speaking of default rate, they have the new plans on how their objectives can be achieved. But out of the new tools that we've been implementing, so within 3 years, we received almost 268,000 requests, and many requests were in Kazakh language. And Nazarbayev University, they have come up with Kaz-O Link, and the truth is this tool requires a great deal of computing capacity, and right now we're looking into DeepSeek, and DeepSeek requires far less computing capacity. We haven't tested it yet, but this is one of our goals. And AI agents, naturally, so this is one of the hot trends this year. And let's say your password is blocked and you're supposed to write a certain message to a chatbot, and chatbot would be able to recover your password. And this is something that we try to implement. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was very interesting. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. And the truth is that speaking of the perception of the consumers, so financial regulators, they appear like grandmas and grandpas that still count some reports. But right now, we see that you are really users of AI instruments, and massive respect for you. And using AI instruments, it does imply facing certain risks. And I would say that 30% of today's audience, they have already been victims of various tools. And we've been, I'm sure they've been dealing with deep fakes, or they have fallen victims to various potentially malware tools. And scammers and fraudsters, they are always one step ahead, and what we should be doing, we should be 10 steps ahead of them. And I know that national payment corporations, they do a lot of work in this regard, and I know that you've been using artificial intelligence in order to defend instruments of in order to defend the rights of consumers, and I'm sure you would be eager to share that information with us. So thank you very much. So I would like to kindly ask you to put on the presentations. Good day, everyone, and good day, dear listeners of panel sessions, and thank you very much for giving us the floor. And we all know that we live in a very interesting times when artificial intelligence is developing very quickly. Not only artificial intelligence, but also digital technologies. And digital technologies, the truth is, they bring many interesting possibilities, and they have transformed our financial sector, and they gave us the so-called accessible services for us, for ordinary users. However, with all that, with all those advantages, what we have to face, we face various challenges. So the increase of fraudulent activities, cyber threats, and the truth is, it's hard to make sure that all that digital data is secure. I would say almost every financial services are provided in an online format, and more than 70% of economically active population of Kazakhstan, what they do, they implement financial operations through mobile banking. So the so-called online channel has become this dominant way of providing financial services. However, we should all realize, we should all understand that whenever this online channel grows, that means cyber fraudulent activities goes hand in hand with that. So cyber criminals, cyber scammers, they use artificial intelligence. They are also able to adapt to new technologies. They create voices, they create deepfakes, and they do everything they can in order to gain access to your financial data and to your resources. And online scamming in Kazakhstan is a serious threat to us. And within the last year in Kazakhstan, what we've been observing the sharp increase of the negative impact caused by online fraudulent activities. And according to General Prosecutor's data, so within 2024, 11.4 billion tenge our Kazakhstani citizens transferred to online scammers. And that figure exceeds 3 times the figure which was registered as a result of 2023. So that figure is scary, that figure is staggering. And this data highlights the fact that we should put all the effort, and we need to make sure that we're able to combat online scamming, and we need to increase population's level of awareness of online fraudulent activities. And as Nurat Muratovich pointed out, I think we're all here in the same boat, and I think many of us had to face online scams. And what it needs to do, it means that we should all stay alert. And national payment corporations, it actively participates in creating a national ecosystem. And what we do, we build national digital infrastructure, and infrastructure, so to speak, that provides market participants with operable infrastructure for payments, for transfers. And what we need to do, we need to make sure that everyone is able to share their data in a secure manner. And one of the elements of national digital infrastructure, it's National Anti-Fraud Center. And in July 2024, on the basis of national payment corporations, we did launch this National Anti-Fraud Center. And this is the platform that links financial organizations and mobile services providers, and that provides them the way to exchange data on scammers and on suspicious individuals. And this anti-fraud center was active for only 6 months, and within that period of 6 months, ever since anti-fraud center was active, and thanks to that center, banks did block 1.5 billion tenge. And when we say they did block 1.5 billion tenge, what does that mean? That means scammers or those who engage in fraudulent activities, they did not receive up to 1.5 billion tenge. So we managed to block that amount. And within 6 months of anti-fraud center, we have registered more than 19,000 incidents. And here I would like to share an important point. And out of those incidents, we managed to figure out that for the most part, when it comes to online scamming, more often than not, people face social engineering. So more often than not, a person voluntarily transfers their money to online scanners. And this is something that highlights to what extent we are vulnerable when dealing with modern technologies. And we realize that artificial intelligence, it does bring many opportunities to us. And what we try to do, we try to implement artificial intelligence tools into our anti-fraud activities. So we would like to use those technologies, and we would like to combine that with AI. And this will allow us to analyze information, and we will be able to figure out what the trends are, what the trends to get the financial resources, and how online scammers act in the internet realm. And this will help you, and this will help many other financial organizations. You will be able to come up with the new rules, and you will be able to react to online scamming cases in the timely fashion.
What else we plan to introduce into anti-fraud centers? The main thing for us is speed. How quickly we react to fraud and any related actions, and we work over prioritizing of incidents in fraud center. And so this is general information for the anti-fraud center, and I'd like to highlight a second part that we do is that digital identification, which in Kazakhstan financial sector and organizations use distant identification systems. They allow clients to open up accounts, get credits, and get other financial services. And systems for digital identification are the result of AI and machine learning. But this is very comfortable because about 80% of bank accounts are being opened via system of distant identification. And this is very comfortable, and there are very high risks when fraudsters get access to personal data, or even to a picture which had been published somewhere in the social media. Just yesterday, we have had information in the internet that fraudsters call over video call, and they collect biometric data. And what they do using those data, they use artificial intelligence and create new videos, deepfakes, and using these instruments, they pretend to be the victim. I wanted to show here. This is a picture that had been identified recently, and we have a lot of such examples. Using via biometric identification, we can see how deepfake had been used by fraudsters in order to get financial service. Look at the eyes, look at the forehead. This is clearly seen that these are manipulations of the artificial intelligence, and this is important for all the financial organizations to carefully test their solutions and apps that they are implementing. Why it happens? Why fraud of this kind is taking place? Because not all the organizations are using modern and reliable technologies for identification. That would, for the first, cover all the issues related to safety. This is related to lack of check by the financial organization. Because the fact that this person is alive and live has to be checked. And we as payment corporation have developed two-factor biometric identification service, and one of the points of this identification that we have is the process of identification that in front of the camera we see not a deep fake but a live person. And in order to check it, we use only vendor solutions. How do we test them? And why are they trusted? Because we test them every day in various circumstances, using hyper-realistic masks, photos, fake videos. We generate these deep fakes by ourselves in order to test these solutions. We have to think like people who want to make a fraud, and every day we do that. We think like fraudsters, and we test such solutions. And on the next slide, I'd like to show a video. It's quite a short video, and here we use masks, 2D attack on our own data set. We check biometric solutions. And what's critical here, that technology would identify that this person is not live and to reject the identification. And as well, Very often, fraudsters can get your picture in the social media. They can create a mask and get your ID card. And here, what I'd like to emphasize as well: deepfake. We have generated a deepfake here, and the system verified him. Unfortunately, we have such cases, and we have to be more careful about such things. And I'd like to wrap up my speech. I'd like to say that today I talked not about possibilities, but on threats using such new technologies as AI. And other panelists probably would add some more positive features about this. Thank you very much for your interesting report. What I found out from your speech, AI is very powerful, and we have to be cautious. And in dominating amount of fraudulent activities is related to social engineering. What is it? It's when people are deceived, when they don't know what technology is. Usually it's related to elderly people. And if you make financial literacy more common, you have to say that we have to protect ourselves we have to protect us by ourselves. There is no other way. If a person consciously gives out passwords and all credentials, then you cannot help him. We listened to state sector representatives, and let's look at this sector by commercial market. And the subject of artificial intelligence you have discussed many years ago. And Kazakhstani financial sector is using AI very actively, and we have prepared a report last year, and in this or that way we did use it, and it wasn't called artificial intelligence, it was called machine learning. And we have done that considering the huge ecosystem of Halyk Bank. There is market, cost teleport, and various items. Could you please tell about your high-level view about the possibilities? Thank you for passing me floor. Dear colleagues, can you hear what we are talking here? Because we can. This is very important for you to hear. This was very interesting what you have said, and when our kids were 5 years old, they said, "Mama, in your old times," and when she's and then she beat it out of them. And when Binur said, "In those old times, 10 or something years ago," I'd like to mention that there was such a story when I was a student of applied math. We had a discussion with our lecturer. I said, there is a history like this, and he says, history is for historians, and we have to look forward. And can I ask you to present my presentation? This will be good for you. The screen is not used. The screen is not used efficiently enough. I have slides in the style of Steve Jobs. We have RPA, robotics, automation, transformation, which overlaps with the artificial intelligence. It started way earlier. We have over 180 robots. I think you've seen a lot of robots over there, human-like robots, some dogs. They are physical robots, but we have as well automated robots, and I heard a lot of stories about Yandex machines when they get stuck in snow, and people help them to get out of there. And we have a lot of robots. They do a lot of functions. 7 times we increase by 7 times we increase the processing capacity. Of course, we have had funny cases. There are such deviations that have not been processed by robots. And considering the huge volume in the Halyk Bank, we realized in 3 days that it requires for live people to work a lot. And we realized that several robots did not come to work. And it was in the very beginning. When a person does not come to work, people, his mates, can say, "Oh, where are you?" And it turns out to be that we have to keep an eye on the robots as well. And as well, we have very good cost of market in the world, comparing the revenue and costs. This became possible because the wave of transformation. As well, we have interesting effects. I understand that you don't see it quite clearly. Only 25% of the monitor is showing information. All the rest is the logo of the forum. The orange is the level of load. Red shows how much people would have been needed to process this amount of work. And you see the mountain in the center, and then it goes down. There were a lot of requests due to regulations changes. And if we use regular technologies, even you can't find people that quickly. You can't train them, you can't hire them. But we used robots, and due to that, we managed to process all this information effectively. And here you see only on the example of 6 processes. And in here we are the masters in robotics, robotization. I realized that the text is very small, but do trust that these 180 robots distribute the load. This technology works very well. This was the first step that, in fact, turns out to be so necessary for robots to work further. And the AI agents, and the next level is solving intellectual tasks, not only mechanical ones. And as our honored moderator has said, 2 weeks ago, Chinese guys have surprised us all. And it happens now and then. And you can see on the upper part in the right that there are some strange professions that are not colored, and they can become super people or will be replaced by robots, and we see it happening everywhere. What kind of robots do we use actively and everywhere? All surveys for consultants shows that programmers became 200% more effective. I have consulted with many organizations, and they say that it is up to 30%. By 30%, we can increase the productiveness of programmers using various software. It's like one is writing the code, and another software is checking the code. It's not a joke. It is happening in real life, and it has to be documented in major organizations as well. And we became 20% more efficient, and comparing with previous year, we understand that reliability of everything is very important. And because we started testing using artificial intelligence and doing refactoring for writing, our idle time has reduced significantly, of course, because of that. Servicing of various clients in various formats. We are used we are already get used to the fact that on income on when you have your call, you are welcomed by some robot. We don't have so many commands, but you still can top up your mobile phone. You can use search, and if we're talking about chats, when people reply, most of us prefer to talk to a human being. When we use GPT chat, our models help very much to identify what people want, and operator gets the short information of possible replies that he can use, and the lower zone is making minutes of meetings. There are internal documentation requirements in major companies, and we have such an assistant which allows to understand the rules of the game and follow them. And when we create an assistant, I'm not telling you some stories that I read somewhere. I'm telling you what we already implemented. 15 content managers we use for creating of content for marketplace, because amount of goods is enormous there, and there are cards for each particular item, and they have to invite people. And another point, everyone is used already that you can get a credit online, but for legal entities, it's not that easy. And credit analytics, analyst gets from a company in various formats, various documentation, and the robot helps to scan it, recognize it, and then process it to GNI assistant, and this assistant can make a summary, and it increases the speed of the process. And assistants are HR assistant, legal assistant, tax assistant. We work over that very much already, and we have them, but we make them better. So I told you briefly about what we do, and this is the last slide. I'd like to elaborate on it more. You mentioned the algorithm infrastructure in order to move it forward. I'd like to say that we have 5 of them. I'd like to talk about them in details. I'm happy to see here in our venue people of various ages, and I'm not that young anymore, and I deal with this subject for tens of years already, and I have got my professorship in math and machine learning. You say that data science, it was data mining. It has had various titles, and it all came out of applied statistics. And now I feel like I'm a completely new guy in this field. And the fact that in the 90s we did the perceptron algorithm, and we were said that there are 5 types of neural networks. They can get connected this or that way, and now it does not have any fundamental mathematics, and you cannot by analytical way to understand what's happening. What we see now has happened due to enormous amount of experiments and the topology of neural network. And considering the fact that everyone has started dealing with that, we see such breakthroughs. And my knowledge that I have had from the past times, the fact that I know a gradient of boosting, logistical regression, this is completely not usable now. And I understand that preparation of specialists and changing of educational needs for these purposes should be very big and difficult. And we see a lot of people who learn by themselves, and there are a lot of companies where we see the the science. When I got to Google for the first time, I asked, do they use University MIT or any other platforms to do their breakthroughs? They said no, because the data transfer cost in general. And I called my professor, and we work together with him. And when I studied in Almaty, we came with a delegation, and they gave us data that were not interesting at all. In our organization, we have seen data at completely different scale, and the real science is now in major companies, and all those old mathematical data, they are not relevant, and this is a good news that you don't have to walk all this path.
So the next point, we have a team, and they have a great deal of knowledge in generative AI, despite the fact that they haven't been doing it for many years. And I think the next point, I think we all know how to gather data, how to analyze data. And the next point, when what NVIDIA warned us, and when we started working with large language models, and the next point is, not only do we need a GPU, and not only do we need to work with large language models, so it can be this algorithm, it can be Llama or some other algorithm. So it's important that how we work with that. And when we did a slight deviation, and we made ChatGPT accessible within the organization, and she asked, what are the rates in Halyk Bank when getting a loan? And if you enter this in ChatGPT someplace else, most likely ChatGPT would tell you, ask them. So in other words, there is no context. And when we started working with files with context, they started responding to that questions. And then we did take a look at one big language model, and it's all about hard coding, and that would not do. And what's critically important, and what was undervalued at the very beginning, so it's all about infrastructure, and infrastructure allows us to change where the data comes from, and we're able to with various language models. And we did test 60 or 70 large language models, and every model shows better results. And I think here we have this big field. And in other words, do not get carried away when you take one language model and it gave you some results. So it's not the end of it. And the last part I wanted to draw your attention to, GPU. So this is Chinese company that achieved the same result with far less computing capacity. And please note that they've been telling that they've been using this model on the top GPU, and they had up to 1,000 of those. So you would understand. So this was this unique precedent, and we do not have such capacities in Kazakhstan. And we are, I mean, the truth is we are in between many various contradicting points, and we do not have that infrastructure to perform that. And in Halyk Bank, we are limited by our capacity to scale model out. And so, in other words, this lack of infrastructure, and we have nothing to show for it. And I would say that it's a big problem. It should be solved at the level of the state, because as far as I know, so far, no one has received such computing capacity. And the last thing that I wanted to point out, so large language models with Kazakh language, and I know that in Nazarbayev University there was this great initiative, but us as consumers, we did not receive that yet. And so we did launch it December 12th, and so can we say that? So 5 components. What were the components that we were talking about? So persons and knowledge and dinosaurs with me were irrelevant more often than not. And second of all, this is data. Third of all, so this is the GPU that we lack. And fourth of all, so this is the infrastructure. So this is the infrastructure that allows us to change language models and sources of data. And the last one is the language model that always needs to be tested. And so the critical element is GPU. And maybe the last part, so we always, I mean, we all use ChatGPT and Chinese analogs, and English language, I maintain my proficiency because I kind of need to talk to ChatGPT, and so we practice one way or another English language. And large organizations in Europe, as far as I know, so this ratio between generative AI and the so-called traditional data science, when you have this sample with which you begin, and then you choose a model and you choose a better model, and then you are able to predict stuff with that model. So 95 to 5%. So therefore, we have this huge potential for generative AI, but so far, generative AI is not dominant. So this was very interesting. So from your intervention, I would say this is a trend. And even if we take a look at the architecture of DeepSeek and ChatGPT, so that means the module and specialization, so that won over generalist approach. So this is the architecture with which DeepSeek learns. So what DeepSeek learned? DeepSeek, so those are 256 AI models, and 8 out of 256 are activated. So if it's the question about medicine, so only that part will be activated. So I think this year we will move away from ChatGPT towards specialization, and in order to make it happen, so I think it's important to have enough people who would be able to work with those models. And I would say some knowledge is outdated, but to me it's important to realize that AI is just a multiplicator. So if we multiply 1 billion by 0, we would still get 0 as a result. And the smarter the person is, and the better the person thinks, I think this inequality will keep increasing. And I would say that, yeah, I mean, this discussion is very interesting in and of itself. And let's move towards the next speaker, Ayjan. And you know that you've been working on that together. And we have a whole range of initiative with AI and with the culture of working with data. And you, as a person who are particularly fond of that ideology, you will be able to tell us what does regulator do and what your vision is. So please, the floor is yours. Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the invitation and for the questions. So I would like to ask you to put my presentation on the screen, and I would like to take one step back. So I, as a representative of a national bank, of conservative regulator, and my attitude towards AI is rather conservative. And I would like to summarize that, and I would like to say that, so this is the synergy. So this is the synergy for a quick win. So AI is just the tip of the iceberg, and if we do not have a solid foundation with the great data, and if we do not have people who would be able to work with that, so that means at the end of the day that thing is still empty. And therefore we launched this huge project, the so-called Fabric of Data of National Bank, and we would like to take one step back. And colleagues, I'm not quite sure if you're aware of that or not, and last year we adopted the strategy of digital transformation alongside with our agency. So this is the umbrella document, and it covers various strategic directions, and it covers the next strategic cycle where we are moving to from the digitalization point of view. And apart from that, we adopted our own strategy, the strategy for digitalization. And when we say strategy, I mean, you can imagine what is the attention from the key stakeholder will be devoted to managing data. And I would like to talk about what we've planned so far. And so overall, National Bank. So we would like to believe that. So we are the institution that possesses a great deal of data, because all the instruments on monetary policy, on financial stability, and the state of banking system, all decisions are made based on the way we work with data. Therefore, our ambition is to make sure we construct this data-driven central bank. and that means we will be able to combine all the internal sources within the system of National Bank alongside with the agency, and also all the external sources, commercial sources, structured or non-structured, and that means we will be able to have the entire process of analytical work, and that means our analytic professionals should have all the necessary tools. And as part of this work and what we do, we study international experience and we see certain trends, and we also have our own directions in which we work. So we would like to unify the collection of information, and what we like to do, we would like to increase the level to which data is tailored, and what we also see, we would like to create the so-called unified enterprise models of financial sector, and all those directions we already work with them for the next 5 years. And at the same time we work with regulator, and we're able to deeply study all that data, and we see what is going in National Bank, and based on all the trends that are happening, and given this AI agenda, what we see 3 main pillars with which National Bank will be moving 5 years down the road. So it's all about this factory of data, and this in turn will allow us to update our technological landscape. So not only it's all about technologies, but we also need to pay attention to processes and to people. So in other words, so this is all about integrated approach of data management. And we also started working with AI assistant, and when we say AI assistant, we would like to use it in when pursuing our analytical goals. And as a result of all these initiatives, and down the road, 3 years down the road, 5 years down the road, and when working with analytics and when working with users. And I would like to talk about everything in greater detail. And for us, the data factory is the whole range of factors that work on modern technologies, data governance, analytical storage of data, and also we work with tools with advanced data analytics, and we also use various advanced artificial intelligence tools. And we would like to make sure that our analytical professionals have also all the modern tools. We would like to reduce time to data and time to analytics, and we approach these tasks from various angles, and we try to remove friction and barriers from the technological point of view and from organizational point of view as well. We are in the process of rebuilding new processes, and we would like to integrate new roles and whoever is the owner of that domain. So maybe it's all invisible for the market or from external workers, but this is the work that is being done. And one of the key elements, this is what I see, is creating this AI laboratory instrument, and within the ecosystem of National Bank, this will allow us to approach all the initiatives in a complex fashion. That's something that is a part of National Bank, and we would like to tackle this task in a systematic manner. We have many pilot projects, we have hypothesis testing, so we would like to adopt this umbrella approach. So this is all from the resources point of view and from planning point of view as well. And ML laboratory, so this is the sandbox for our analytic professionals, and I represent IT departments of national banks. From our behalf, we provide all the technological tools, all the methodology, and we teach our colleagues, and we provide them with all the instruments to work with various hypotheses in pilot mode. And if that works well, we integrate that into various analytical processes when it comes to making decisions. And it used to be in the past, we are able to systemize everything, and we basically right now in the process of structuring our work. And AI assistant of National Bank, and I said it already, we have this whole range of initiatives. We have the so-called operation contour, and we have also the tax consultant, we also have the legal consultant, investing consultant. In other words, we have the whole range of AI agents for our operational activities. And from our point of view, this data factory, it's more of a analytical shape, and we are already doing this work. This is still in the pilot mode. So analytical AI assistant that will allow us to decrease the routine tasks. So ideally we would like our analytics to do more creative activities, but not to work with 100-page reports. So what we would like to do, we would like to reduce the routine work and to make sure that our analytics have this creative space. But I would like to highlight the fact that we do understand that every solutions that is proposed by AI assistant, it's always a second or a third opinion. So decision will be made by analytics professionals or someone who is qualified to make a certain decision. And as I already pointed out before, what we would like to work on, we are working on the shape of or the contour of national bank. We are in the process of shifting paradigm when interacting with external market, and what we try to do, and we gather data, and we are in the process of constructing new depository register, and these initiatives, they will allow us to increase the quality of data collection, and us from our behalf, we need to make sure that we provide the quality, and we would like to work on the principles of gathering data, and we have launched the portal last year, and where all the reports are being aggregated, all the reports of national banks, and everything is published in the readable format. And I used as an economist 3-5 years back, and it was very important for me using API to gather all the data, and therefore what we try to do, we propose various instrument, parking, XML, and so far many tools are available in the beta version, so colleagues, feel free to use that, data.nationalbank.kz, and in the future we hope to develop this portal and to improve the granulated component of that data while protecting personal data and while taking other factors into account. And we do realize that using AI tools, maybe it creates a whole range of issues and a whole range of risks, and therefore when coming with our strategy, we do take into account various levels of AI governance, and we try to make sure that bank data is safe, and us as regulators, we need to follow certain rules, and also the fact that the code should be also transparent and the code should be also explainable, and every time the decisions are made by human being, not by a machine. So that's it from my part. We have many plans and our ambitions are high, and whenever we reach certain results, we will be able to we will be able to share those results with a great deal of enthusiasm. So that you all understand the scale, so all the financial organizations, they all generate many reports, and many reports are being gathered by National Bank. And in reality, I think that if we are able to extend, if we are able to improve the way we work with that data, I think this will become a valuable asset for developing artificial intelligence on our markets. So in order to build specialized models, so we would need to have data. And I think National Bank should be the driver of that work, and I believe in you, and yeah, I wish you well. And so in general, Kyrgyzstan for last 2 years has been showing an impressive dynamics when it comes to digitalization, and we have achieved a great deal of progress, and especially when it comes to payment system, and Kyrgyzstan has done a great deal of impressive work, and I think banking sector is also a part of that work, and I think the AI has become a part of your agenda for a long time, and I think you have already implemented this, and we would be curious to find out what your experience is. So it would be interesting to listen to your perspective. So thank you very much for giving the floor, and thanks to our colleagues, and from the regulator point of view and from the payment system point of view. And I would like to talk about particularities of our market. Our market is different from Kazakhstani market, and we have our national payment system, and we also have this QR, this unified QR, and commercial banks and online wallets and other accounts, they also work with the unified QR. And interbanking processing center, where I'm one of the top management, we work on this interoperability, and we are also operators of national payment system. And if we have such large data bank, we started to consider using AI tools. And I wanted to point out the fact that we are starting this era of stratification of society that will be defined by AI. And we realize that within 5 years, these investments in information technologies by our company that are far less than investments that should ensure introducing AI, and HR potential is very much in demand, and we also have high level of qualifications that we expect from our employees, and also maintaining the structural part. That means we would need to work with a whole range of data and data analytics and data storage, and that means it would require a well-functioning scoring system. And at the beginning we were trying to cover our operational activities, robotics.
And here we have to provide information that covers needs of commercial banks as well. We have mobile app that processes scoring data, and the second stage will be is the security system. But I'd like to say that these systems are created by people, and we are like hunting that rabbit because we implement identification using biometric data and various technologies of deep identification and reading of data. And statically, we brought our program to the fact that 100 times we have now less of fraud. Before, it was like identified about 200 of transactions. Now we identify over 20 per day. And getting back to the class structure, because implementation and support for AI is very expensive. That is why it has to pay for itself. That is why data analyzed in huge quantity, and this is that factor where it depends on who is having your data. You will have your mega classification. So this is gonna be a new era. It's not gonna limit you by race or nationality or religion. This is gonna be the classification that will be based on the AI. This is where we go now, but there is a hope that active introduction of digital currencies is very important. It will allow to protect our data. We have our own habits, and blockchain is a very safe system. And if everything is done correctly by the regulator, then it's very safe. Of course, AI is machine learning. Robots with good technology, good marketing is used for monetizing all this story in order to delegate that operational day-to-day activity of any company, and this is always expensive, and everyone wants to optimize the business processes and safety systems. And the third, which is the major one, and in the industry that would lead us to the era of development of artificial intelligence, where our data are processed. These data will be given a meta classification that's going to be used for behavioral assessment. And the third era that we are coming to after ups and downs, we will have to develop the ethical code of use of AI. and it would allow to zeroing of all the achievements and will lead us to correct use of all the achievements of AI. Thank you. My congratulations for your results. Some companies are capable to do R&D and invest in there, but some companies are not capable. If we're talking about the state companies, you have to prove efficiency of every tenge that you spend. And here we are on the same wave with you, and blockchain and programmed money and AI. They don't let me sleep well during the night, and all the payments, all these payments that are being done by that on the basis of machine learning, they bring us to many experiments on this particular topic. And I think that in the nearest future, in 2-3 years, when AI becomes commodity, it will be cheap enough from some cloud. We will have so much of new applications that we cannot even imagine right now. They will be able to mimic the voice, the behavior. So we live in a very interesting time. Let's pass the floor to State Credit Bureau, which is a very important part of our financial market. All our credit history issues and everything are aggregated there, and this bureau helps second-tier banks providing information. So Ainel, you have many interesting data, and Ainel, could you share your experience, please? Thank you very much for passing the floor, for possibility to speak here. Thank you for visiting this session. Could you please turn on, display my presentation? I have my next session coming, so, oh yes, thank you. I cannot switch here. My apologies. Oh, okay. Seems like it's working. We are State Credit Bureau, and we have quite a large amount of data of credit and insurance cases, and we try to improve the credit risks assessment. On this slide, you can see the figures, and as of today, we have 30+ scoring models. These are our own models and custom models with our clients. And our clients are banks, financial organization, mobile operators, and we work with citizens as well. And we provide scoring for physical persons. And in November 24, on eGov Mobile, we created widget for guide of credit and insurance history, where you can see your credit scoring. And if you look at the figures, 509,000 scorings have been received from the website, and 459,000 scorings have been provided in January this year. So we see how amount is growing, and very often in our Telegram chats for people, we see questions like, how do I improve my credit rating and make my credit history better? What we work now on, we try to improve our credit rating assessment of physical persons, adjusting the recommendations in order to allow a regular citizen how to improve his credit history. And we work in towards complex analysis of legal entities related to addition of state databases, open databases, plus credit histories and ratings. And very important thing here is fraud. because now it becomes more and more powerful, and the prototype is being tested now. We forecast possibility of default of first 3 payments, and we plan to bring it to the market. What we want to do as well in 2025, we have developed our own AI assistant. This is a very popular thing now. It works with credit and insurance history. You can go to section consultancy and ask your question, and we plan to develop it more and more. But considering the amount of models that we are running, we want to implement principles of MLOps and how we can determine the models and how quality the assessment is performed, and then go deeper into the credit and insurance data in order to offer to the market anti-fraud instruments to National Bank and other regulators. When we talk about challenges challenges of AI when we create models, are very popular. Availability and quality of data, we work over it. We improve quality instruments regarding the amount of data. We try to work with GBD and consider options for synthetic data as well. Talking about infrastructure challenges, we consider possibilities for distribution of local and cloud solutions in order to create quality models, but at the same time efficiently manage models. When you try to adjust any source, we work with no ID data using custom data. We consider all options for anonymizing of data. And as well, we need to look at aggregators that would allow to add up additional sources without risk for personal data. Further, we're going, when you turn on AI, you have to understand what you get as a result, how you can interpret data and what is the right way. And you need to understand how this model created this model. We are trying to implement all the methods that would help us. I see Timur smiling. He knows what I'm talking about. And MLOps will allow us to manage effectiveness and up-to-date reliability of our data. And you can scan this QR code. It gives information about insurance and credit history. There is a section where you can suggest something, give your ideas. We are always open for cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ainel. You summed it up very efficiently. Infrastructure challenges, where state has to participate in a wide sense of this. But when we talk not only about local supercomputers, but as well cloud services operation has to be broadened up. As soon as we have possibilities to practically train models, an amount of models will increase, and all this related to RAGs and models learning on their own data, it has to be promoted as well. And what Timur Bukihan said as well, for financial market in particular, there has to be explainability of the model. We need to understand why there is a decision whether to give loan to a person or not. When we need to explain why model takes this or that decision in order to avoid prejudice of a model. And it's like the previous selection had not been balanced in this or that term, and this is a huge item that has to be studied and that has to be taken care of. And if we're talking about the data, theoretics of AI say about the phenomena of data wall. That quantity of data for model learning is decreasing, and humanity is almost at the brink of losing the amount of this. And now we see when models teach another models, and in this particular time, this subject of the source of data becomes critically important. Not everyone knows that Central Asia, Tajikistan in particular, they are a leader in this sphere. And they have startups, Zigan model, which is a leading in this sphere, and we see the founder of this startup, Aziz John. Could you share your experience, your view, and about AI and where would it lead us? Thank you, Binur, for passing the floor. I remember when you were a leader of National Currency Corporation, we cooperated very much in terms of various items. I think that Binur is a real star in his team, and I'm very happy to be here. Let's applaud them, and if you can display my presentation would have been good. I'd like to start how did we approach synthetic data. The story started in 2021. I was at the last year of MBA at Stanford University, and I was in Knight Hennessy Scholars. It was financed by Phil Knight, and I had a mate who wasn't the same program, but he was getting his doctorship in the AI, and he is doing startup in AI as well, and it is called Bumitra. And we have been talking a lot about AI, and I remember COVID is everywhere. We are in a campus. I asked Avis why not even one algorithm can predict the next cycle of COVID, how many cases are going to be, what are variations, because they were alpha, omega variations. And he said, you know, there is a overall problem for AI algorithms, which is a synonym to group think. And because AI, as people start thinking like in group without considering various scenarios. When we look at AI, it's very easy. There is a database, there are some algorithms, boostings, neural networks, which exist for ages already. And there are learning processes which are due to computing systems. When you insert database, if database in tables, it will be fantastic if you can clean it up. And AI is quite simple in this sense. But the problem is, if you give historical data to an algorithm, what it does, it minimizes the loss function because he thinks that the historical data is the only data available in the world, and he cannot generate other scenarios until you give it as a parameter. And when we had such intellectual sessions, I realized that the biggest problem in AI world, you cannot train model using historical data if when real world is dynamic, and it's dynamic. There are black swans that have clearly shown that COVID was one of them. That is why I started exploring this subject. We found people who think the same way, and we came to such a thing like synthetic data. What is the difference between historical and synthetic data? 10 years ago, in Goodfellow, who was a doctorate in Stanford, he invented GANs, generative context networks. Two neural networks see the same database and they start playing game. The first network generates first lines and parameters, and the second network has to identify either they are fake or real historical data, and it's like a contest. And at some point there is an equilibrium when the second neural network has only 50% of identifying whether they are fake or real, because the first neural network generates this data so good that he cannot identify. And starting from that, we started thinking over about synthetic data. If they show the same distribution like historical data, what is the value of this? There is no value. And then we came to a idea that why don't we generate the black swans which are not present in historical data, but we feel the learning of the machine with that. By that we came to ZGAN. It was closed. We did not publish it, and you can check it out in the archive. Now it becomes very popular. What is the difference between ZGAN and GAN architecture and historical data? If you give any historical data a case of anti-fraud, you have historical data for transaction, minimum proportion of fraud data, and you say ZGAN, give me synthetical data that are thrusts. And this we have developed with Sergey Shulgin, who lives in Dushanbe, and we are very proud that we have made it in Dushanbe. And this was the first Tajik patent in the AI world. And one side gives GAN, and another side is using CVE.
And at the end, after all is said and done, so we have million lines, and at the end of the day you can receive 10,000 and millions lines, and the most important part is that distribution changes, and you will be able to see the noise that are not part of your database, and how this distribution is changed. So let's say you have the normal distribution, and ZGAN starts generating the data that you do not have, and the question is whether or not it improves the model precision, and therefore we created this platform. So this is no-code platform, and you as a financial institution, as a insurance company, you enter and you take various data, credit score, credit delay, payment delays, and that platform can be on-premise as part of your services, and you would be able to get ZGAN data. So we populate your database with our data, and we would be able to fill your model, boosting model, regression model, etc., etc., and you will be able to see the difference, to what extent that model is precise on your data, and what would be the precision when our data is added. And what we see that the model is improved greatly. So if we give 1.5% of the additional precision, so and that means already a significant improvement for financial organization. And based on the articles that we have published, so 100 million data points, and we are talking about 9 markets, starting from Saudi Arabia and ending up the Kazakhstan, and ZGAN can indeed improve the precision of calculations. And the most important part is that it can give a certain stability to your model, and should a black swan happen, and that means you will be able to improve your predictions, because you've got those black swans taken into account as part of your model. And we have various models: credit risk, fraud detection, and we have also forecasting fraud, and we are talking about various sets of artificial intelligence, and this is the so-called data robot, something that is able to build AI models. And as soon as we created ZGAN, so we realized that we have two a significant waste of improving Zigan. So colleagues were talking about deep fakes, about the voice models, and this is absolutely true. So we have one of our partners, Maldives, 79 million, and the second of all is the Bank of Indonesia. And the most important problem is that deepfake are part of the also as part of the applications, and we are not able to review this. And the question is, what would be the way to take Zigan and to make this model multimodal? And computer vision and also our team from Dushanbe, they've been working on that. We have tens and thousands of specialists. So many of them came from Russia, from Kazakhstan. We have also local specialists, and by the end of the year, they're supposed to give us the multimodal Zigan. And second of all, where Zigan can be applied outside of the banking sector. And here we are very happy to announce that we have this partnership with New Tech, and this is one of the tests that we have gone with our colleagues with New Tech. And the question was, can Zigan emulate the demand for real estate? And we have data for the region of Mangistau. So this is one of the regions of Kazakhstan. And here the Zigan improved the prediction rate by 15%, the precision of this forecasting. And if they are using the historical data, and if we are using Zigan plus historical data, we will be able to increase our precision by 15%. And this is why we are planning to cooperate with New Tech, and we plan to sign the memorandum of cooperation. So very briefly, where can we apply Zigan? So whenever we have black swans, Zigan can be applied. If there are no black swans, that means it's pretty straightforward to use artificial intelligence tools, because many databases are available for everyone. And we have more than 50 banks, and they use our algorithms for various models. And QNB, Qatar National Bank, and this is one of the major banks in the Middle East, and they are one of our main investors. And in Uzbekistan, we have this joint venture with Uskarda, so they are national operator. And in Tajikistan, we work with many banks, and we are about to launch the credit bureau, so we will be entering that segment. And the company is based in Emirates. And the most interesting case is that we are working on the back test with Capital One. So this is the 8th major bank in America. And if we are successful with that back test, that means we will be able to have backtest algorithms not only in Silicon Valley but in Dushanbe as well. And we are very grateful to our government for giving us such a possibility. And thank you very much. So thank you very much, Aziz. Your story is very inspiring, and I'm sure we have also young entrepreneurs, startuppers, and many people who are interested in artificial intelligence. And this inspiring story of DeepSeek, and they already were highlights of the AI industry, and they come from China. And we wish you also a great deal of success to you as well. So thank you very much, dear colleagues. I think we have held a good session, and the topic is AI. So I hope that at the end of this year, and as Digital Bridge in Astana, we will be able to discuss the results of those initiatives. Thank you very much.
Уважаемые гости форума, просим всех рассеться по местам. Мы начинаем нашу панельную сессию.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар.
Dear participants, dear guests. So yeah, if you allow me, we can start.
Музыку, пожалуйста, потише.
So can we please put down the volume of the music?
Okay, I'm really sorry. We're really run out of time, so we'll try to make it really interested. We'll try to make it quite quick and like very amusing for everybody. My name is Bayan. I'm a chairperson. I'm a chairman of NITEC. NITEC is supposed to be like one of the biggest IT companies in Central Asia and supposed to be the biggest IT company in Kazakhstan. Currently, we have about 2,000 people working here. And last year for AI-powered governance, we actually got a lot of credit for development of artificial intelligence on the basement of NITEC. Sorry, so I'll try to make it quite quick. Basically, NITEC is, as a big IT operator here, is trying to make this kind of transformation process in the development of the new strategy. So our main point is developing the whole solution, focus on product-oriented company. What does it mean? It means that when we're talking about the NITEC, about like government companies, we need to balance very well the whole solution, which is covered not only with software services, government services, but with infrastructure and combine everything together. So the main idea is through that transformation process, develop the whole solution, which is focused on sharing economy and sharing knowledge process. It's really interesting because without it, it will be really hard to develop the whole solution of AI concept here. Our idea is just focusing not only the teams inside the company, but trying to manage it in fully agile solution. So if you need somebody, we'll be able to manage as a big, huge startup here in Kazakhstan. Another part is developing the whole technical architecture, which is supposed to be covering the DevOps solution with data ops, with master data management, service delivery, and data AI part. And a part of it, we want to develop that kind of last mile solution, which will be more applicable for everybody, including the startups. So we as a government company will be really friendly for everybody. Another part is the developing of the community. So AI community is supposed to be like really important for us because with the AI community, we are going to source more people, invite more people to participate in our projects. not only in the development of like one complete service, but in the whole ecosystem. This is like a basic understanding of everything which we are going to develop here. And I hope that we have really here, and somebody is interested in becoming the part of it. You can scan QR code, you can write to us, and we are open here. Okay. Because we don't have too much time, I will invite another speaker, Salar Imam. He's advisor to the chair.
Or people make it. Okay. Okay. So thank you. It's been a long day for you. I guess I make it quite. My name is Sol. Represent the digital agency, and for when I went to this, obviously there was a lot of talk about how we're going to explore the opportunity around AI in Azerbaijan being part of the big region where the commitment is growing. So I'm here to talk you through some main items. So first of all, I want to tell you that none of that presentation is a product of the ChatGPT. There we go. Give us some applause, though. So how many of you GPT, any of your emails or anything? Okay, most of us. So all the rest just decided they don't want to raise the hand. I understand, no problem. How many of you actually relied on the data that you get from ChatGPT? How many of you actually check the data? How many of you use it on a daily basis? There we go, most of us. So, and this, I guess, this is where we come to one of the biggest challenges. How much of that information that you get from the net is really verified? How much of that information is something that you're comfortable of using with? How much of that information is going to be made public, where in fact was created by someone else who probably wasn't competent enough to put this together for you? So this is one of the biggest problems of AI ethics is nowadays. I'm going to talk about the key priorities here. So first of all, Azerbaijan has shown a very strong commitment to AI. We have been working on a number of projects, and it's all started with the intention of Azerbaijan to become the leader in its ability to vision, to be able to provide public service to the main public, along with very, very high-tech and advanced projects that would. So in terms of AI, how do you starting from the government? So this has shown a very strong to bring the investment, and where I guess right level of incentive for the and invest the industry in to do with the regular healthcare, education, legal service. Programs. So we look at the state services with digitalized content. We look at the private sector through customer segmentation, cybersecurity, and recommendation systems. That was our way to go into AI. And that's probably one of the biggest challenges. How do you structure that data, and how do you make sure that the projects are long-term and they serve the economy and the strategy in the long run. So we have something called the National AI Strategy with the Academy and Alliance AI projects. All those, not going to talk very much in detail. Each one of those pillars is one another tool for us to engage young talent in AI, engage young talent with the recruitment of the government money and the funding that is coming from the private sector as well. So in terms of mission, obviously we're talking about high quality education. We've been working on some levels, obviously I have to summarize in terms of vision. So the leading AI training institutions are in the region to work with us. Level of talent developed for that. We're taking a very much learning approach, so many of those things are not known to us. So we are being held by quite a few very strong institutes out there to make us through and take us through that route of development in those spaces. So in terms of strategy, we wanted to make sure that we're economically competitive. We want to make sure that the ethical and inclusivity is there for us to ensure that the transparency and fairness. We want to build the AI talent. And I would say that's my biggest challenge. I guess one of the questions that we were asked is what's the biggest challenge? So I can answer that question right away. AI talent and making sure that all those youngsters that we put into universities are fueled and powered by the right level of knowledge in terms of input, along with their on-job trainings and being involved in the educational programs of higher level is very much important to us. We'll drive through in the challenges. We'll talk about challenges very shortly. I'll try and keep it short for you. So as I said, talent shortage is where we're seeing most of the issues. We are seeing some infrastructure gaps. And again, when it comes to infrastructure gaps, this is becoming less of a problem for us because recently part of the AI Azerbaijan AI strategy, we're working on with NVIDIA on acquisition on quite a few GPUs to make sure that we have the computing power to support each and every projects. And this is to summarize. We're going to talk about opportunities, I guess, part of the question, so I'll try and summarize that. Azerbaijan is showing its commitment to the growth in AI sector, and that's not only by ensuring that the government is taking the right and active role, but the private sector is then pulled in with the right level of inclusion and incentivization, along with JVs and supported by quite a few strategic pillars that we'll share with you later. So that's it for us. Thank you for your time. It's been a long day, and all the best.
Yeah, the next speaker is Rena Sebastiani, Senior Director of PwC.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for hosting me in Kazakhstan again. Almaty is a city I love. I have very good memories, friendship, breathtaking landscape, so thank you. I'm here to ski as well, so please, any suggestion, happy to take them after the panel. Have you seen in the last few days, are you following a bit the DeepSeek story? Yeah? So guys, on Monday, NVIDIA lost 15% of the share value, right? And why did this happen? Because DeepSeek actually demonstrated the ability to develop very similar product, a very similar performance model, but way more efficient. And for 30 times less the cost. So imagine how cheaper is that, right? And so imagine the pressure that these guys can have at NVIDIA. So there is OpenAI that has a valuation of $157 billion. Anthropic has a valuation of $60 billion. So with DeepSeek, again, we are seeing a US versus China type of tech war, right? Oh, sorry, I didn't move it. All right. So anyways, obviously I'm here to speak about AI. I'm Serena Sebastiani. I lead our Future of Finance platform at PwC in the Middle East. So we advise governments, we advise central banks, regulators on policies and regulatory framework. Thank you again for hosting me. It is worth maybe to give a brief history about AI, right? Because people always think, okay, it's born with OpenAI, with the Stargate wars between Sam Altman and Elon Musk. No ways. AI is actually born in the 50s, and as each and every very successful and futuristic tech is born in a garage. So the first fun fact is that the first name of AI was actually a human computer, HC kind of. So the ambition at that time was really to create a machine or a computer in a time where computers were as big as this stage, most likely, right? They needed the entire rooms. So the ambition was to give those computers the power to think like humans. In 80s to 90s, then there's been a development in terms of networks, in terms of automation. So what we used to know as automation is actually what then has developed into AI in 2020 that has really integrated a few components that are automation, reasoning, and finally execution, right, with the AI autonomous agents. So we hear a lot now about agentic AI, right, and agents and autonomous agents. So what is the difference from Gen AI and agentic AI? It is a very, very easy step that simplify our lives. So let's simplify. Gen AI suggests for us. So I want to go I want to take a holiday and go to Portugal. Gen AI will suggest us what are the nice places, will suggest an itinerary, will suggest restaurants, right? Agent AI does for us. So the additional step, which is the execution, show me the option and also book them for me. I mean, imagine how much time we can actually save. But also, and this is a point really that we'll touch upon a bit later as well, we also need to be conscious of what are the autonomous decisions that we want the AI agent to make for us. Do we want the agent to actually access all our platforms, to have access to all our, data and credit card data? So the ability to actually control the access and the identity of these agents is something that is a very hot topic right now. How do we enable these? So we have Gen AI suggest for us. We have Agent AI, agentic AI that does for us, but is it really feasible right now? Well, it's actually not something that is not fully developed yet, but really the important thing eventually is payments, right? The embedded value of AI in our everyday life and how we can enable an agent to do things for us is actually giving access to payments. There are very few companies that now are in this space. It's a very nascent with few private players that operate. But what is very interesting is that crypto is actually emerging as the first AI payment rails. And we have, so I come from Dubai. As you can see from the accent, I'm actually Italian, but I live in Dubai. And we have a couple of amazing realities in the Middle East that are actually crypto platform that enable AI payment, AI agentic payments through their. We have one with us. I really suggest you to connect with him. It's Fuse. And the CEO is here these days, Mo Ali Yusuf. Let me go. Am I moving? No. Oh, okay. So now we also see that AI is revolutionizing our life. Payments is actually enabling our, is changing the way we do things. But not only the way we do things, but the way governments and public services actually do things, right? And offer products. Governments in general worldwide are not only starting, but are advancing the use of AI to create efficiencies, to reduce cost, but also to have the opportunity to offer more personalized and accessible as well services to citizens. So in a certain way, we can think that governments and public sector is actually, thinking of a product offering that is way closer to the private sector, right? So we actually want to have a good experience with our public sector. So there is an interesting statistics that at PwC we have a study that we have done and then we have published. The 60% of governments worldwide by 2026 will be using AI in offering everyday services to citizens. First priorities are obviously FS and major adopters of AI. FS, media, but where we really want to see the value in terms of AI usage is healthcare, is digital identity, is education. So these type of services that can actually enable financial inclusion in rural areas and in emerging markets. And this is how we want to use tech for, right? For good, for the good eventually. There are very interesting examples about how AI is used across the world from government. I don't want to I don't want to speak about Kazakhstan because you know that very well, and I think you're all having a great experiences, right? Who is happy about the eGov KZ hub? Are you actually using it? Yeah. I listen to whole complaints later on. I wanna make a list and then go and and speak. But so in Dubai we have something very similar, right? And it's called Dubai Now. It's a one-stop shop for government services. We have 150 services and products available on Dubai Now. I read that the Kazakh one has 700, so that's impressive. Congrats. So we can pay the Dubai app. We can pay bills. We can pay residence application. We can pay traffic fines. We can register new business. So it's a very similar concept. There is something in Estonia that is very interesting as a concept. It is an AI-enabled decentralized data exchange system that actually connects public and private sectors and exchange data. So it is, I would say, an AI-enabled type of open banking proposition. And very interesting as well is the Indian experiment. This is an AI-powered biometric identification program. It is the largest in the world, obviously, because they are identifying 1.3 billion people. So very, very large scale, very interesting. Now, obviously, as everything, and again, I think we'll touch base more about this later in our discussion, but there are challenges as well that we need to look at and governments need to be conscious of. First and foremost, data sovereignty, and I think there are certain countries, like this one as well, where data are protected. So we need to be conscious about that, and obviously making sure that the infrastructure and the technology infrastructure is ready for this type of pressure. Talents, very important. So how we enable talents, university education. And I think, so a couple of actions that we are seeing around the world as well. Build the ecosystem, so really attract talents, really attract companies, enable for homegrown companies to innovate. Regulatory frameworks, and there is the AI Act in the EU, in Europe, there is a new regulation in the UAE as well. So you actually need to control how data identity are used and that how AI is used also in an ethic way. And the last one I really want to touch on is public-private sector partnership. The others are quite obvious, right? The infrastructure, trust, and so on. But private and public sector partnership in deep tech type of innovation is of the essence. We can't think that the public sector will have the firepower, the economic firepower, and the talent firepower to innovate as much as the private sector can. And yeah, so I think we'll do a deep dive on some of this topic in a discussion. So thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Serena. It was really interesting. And the next speaker is coming from Tajikistan, Hokimjon Qodyrov. And I think it will be really interesting to spend some time for the discussion. So I will ask you to make it quicker and faster. Is that okay? Thank you.
Приветствую, уважаемые коллеги. Буду на русском. Позвольте от лица агентства инноваций цифровых технологий поприветствовать всех участников панельной сессии и, пользуясь случаем, хочу поблагодарить организаторов за приглашение. Искусственный интеллект сегодня является неотъемлемой частью национальной стратегии Республики Таджикистан и имеет огромное значение для будущего нашей экономики и общества. 28 декабря 2024 года прошло ежегодное послание президента Республики Таджикистан, на котором уважаемый Эмомали Рахмон провозгласил 2025 по 30 годы годами развития цифровой экономики и инноваций, что еще раз подчеркивает приверженность Таджикистана стратегическому курсу на модернизацию цифровых сфер жизни общества. Этот шаг является не только признанием важности инновационных технологий для устойчивого развития страны, но и стимулирующим фактором для активного внедрения передовых решений в государственное управление, бизнес, образование и здравоохранение. Агентство инноваций и цифровых технологий при президенте Республики Таджикистан выступает центральным исполнительным органом государственной власти Республики Таджикистан, осуществляющим продвижение единой государственной политики в области развития инноваций и цифровых технологий. Выступая за активное участие Республики Таджикистан в международных инициативах, направленных на развитие искусственного интеллекта, мы уверены, что международное сотрудничество и обмен опытом позволяет ускорить процессы внедрения AI и помогут создать благоприятные условия для его использования. Так, президент Республики Таджикистан в рамках выступления на 79-й сессии Генассамблеи ООН предложил, чтобы Генассамблея на следующей сессии приняла специальную резолюцию о роли искусственного интеллекта в создании новых возможностей для развития социально-экономических сфер и ускорения достижения целей устойчивого развития в Центральной Азии. В Республике Таджикистан с 2022 года основу нормативно-правовой базы искусственного интеллекта составляет стратегия развития искусственного интеллекта в Республике Таджикистан на период до 2040 года и план действий стратегии развития искусственного интеллекта в Республике Таджикистан на период 2040 года на первый этап, это с 23 по 25 годы. Данный документ является первой стратегией по регулированию искусственного интеллекта в регионе. Искусственный интеллект на региональном уровне может стать катализатором для развития цифровых решений, направленных на оптимизацию управления городами, регионами и странами в целом. Использование AI в таких сферах, как
AI in healthcare, education, transport, ecology allows to create smart cities and enhance quality of life of citizens. We see as AI systems help forecast changes, effective use of resources, interaction between private and state structures. And as well, at the same time, we see challenges. And creation of specific infrastructure for AI introduction includes human resources preparation and others. Very important thing here is data protection, confidentiality and safety, what requires development of set of rules and ethical norms related to AI use. And the law on AI has to be prepared that would allow to regulate AI, but this is as well not requiring only updating the old ones, but creating new legal acts. And digitalization of cities and their citizens in Dushanbe and Khujan, billing system and CCTV systems have been implemented, and they use AI elements, and bank system includes Zippel Score AI. We strive to introduce AI into optimization of state services, what would allow to automate various state services related to citizens' applications. In the nearest future, we are sure that we will make our region to be a leader in the digital innovation sphere. We are up to development of partnership and further development. Thank you. Dear colleagues, today Digital Almaty, who came today to this event, was supposed to understand that the trend related to AI is not just a trend. It becomes more specific direction in which we will have to live. And I'd like to emphasize that AI, it's not completely easy to understand sphere. In order to work in the sphere of AI, you have to position and clearly understand all those instruments that are available. And I'd like to invite our last speaker, who will finish his presentation, and then we will pass to Q&A session. Ruslan has a great experience in working with medical data. He has extensive experience in development of new technical solutions. And the second thing within FOCOM, as of today, for Uzbekistan, is like in iTech, something like our company. And you are quite close to us. We clearly follow your monitor your actions. And thank you for participation. Good day. Dear participants, hello Kazakhstan, hello Almaty. In fact, with Almaty I have very strong feelings of love. First time I visited it, I was a young boy. I fell in love with this city, and I participated in this event, Digital Almaty, twice. And this year, I am happy to be here. Thank you for invitation to organizers. Thank you, Bayan, especially to you, because you organized this brilliant event. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to share, I witnessed one case. I come out of my house, and there are two lady neighbors talking between themselves. It's something like 80, they were in their 80s, 70s. And they say, considering that AI, we soon will see new pieces of Pushkin, Tolstoy, and other people. What I would like to say that AI makes miracles nowadays. It allows to create new things. And as our panel session's title is using of AI in state sector, I'd like to concentrate my presentation in this sphere.
And we operate since 2002. And what we do, we work with governmental and information system. And speaking of our portfolio, we do have a whole range of systems that are being used by our citizens. And one of our main services is the portal of governmental services. And as part of this service, our company, what it does, it offers a series of innovative solutions. And we started implementing those solutions. And as of today, if I were to talk about portfolio of our company, we have 4 interesting directions. So first of all, this is the identification of a person using Face ID. And moving forward, what we managed to do, and we managed to implement Palm ID technology and Palm ID. So this is the way to identify a person using someone else's palm. And we realized that the veins are configured in a certain way, and every person has a unique configuration of veins. So, and there are no 2 identical ones. And what we managed to do, we managed to successfully develop this technology further, and we did implement this in Metro and on the map, and the palm of every person was attached to every metro station, and using one's palm, one was able to effectuate a payment and to receive access to the train. And what else we did? We also have this voice assistant AI that we call it Flisa, and it was developed from scratch, and we have our own algorithm, and it basically translates human language, and it acts as an AI assistant, especially when it comes to obtaining governmental services. And we also have this identification based on video, so whenever user enters or whenever someone wants to use our services, so in other words, the system based on AI, it analyzes their behavior, and the system tries to figure out what are the services that one would like to use, and this is the way the system comes up with the right solution. And here on this very screen we have the main functions that are interacting with the users. And what we can do, we can have access to this portal, and with this online AI assistant, there is a way to automate the process without entering an actual text. And the next technology, so this is something that I also mentioned, so this is the My ID technology, and if I were to compare it with traditional mechanisms of authentication, we realized that passwords can be lost or we can forget them, and here we have the whole range of cases, and when the users, they keep their passwords in cookies, for example, and then the hacker attack happens, and then that data lost, and what we did, we excluded that mechanism, and we did introduce this My ID mechanisms, and through this face recognition we will be able to use that. And here we don't have to remember certain combinations, and it in turn gives us a good and high quality result. And moving forward, so we also continue on introducing artificial intelligence when it comes to proactive services, and moving forward we also have this analysis based on artificial intelligence, and here artificial intelligence will be able to guide us through the behavior of a person. We will be able to have personalized services, and for example a person will be able to use a certain range of services, so we will be able to come up with the set of services. So, and then there is a way to collect feedback. We can also recommend certain service, and whenever a person asks for help, and whenever they communicate with artificial intelligence, the system is guiding a person, so what would be the way to use that service properly. And naturally artificial intelligence helps us to improve the level of service. So what I want to tell you that as of today is artificial intelligence is in various sectors, and especially in governmental sector. This is particularly important because those are the services that are used by our population. So therefore, this use of artificial intelligence plays a crucial role. So thank you very much. So if you have any questions, so we will continue and we will go forward with our discussion.
Yep, we have only about 15 minutes, but I think it could be like really interesting 15 minutes. Because I see a lot of people are like coming here to understand what is happening here and how artificial intelligence as a government part will be able to be implemented in our daily life. We had really good experience from Azerbaijan, really good experience from Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. And thank you very much, Serena. Your insights coming from Dubai was really precious. So my question is, coming back to these public services, in your opinion, in the next 10 years, what kind of AI public services we are going to have in the future? So only one example. for next 5-10 years, AI-driven public service, what kind of service is going to be? In Azerbaijan, in Dubai, or in Uzbekistan? Let's start from you, Ruslan.
Thank you. Thank you for question. I think if to come from experiences, we are now working on actively implementing the AI to public services, and we are planning to transfer most automatic services to AI, and just avoid from human interaction. So in this case, we're planning to just transform about 70% of services to AI-based solutions. In this case, we increase the efficiency and reduce the resources which we use while we just providing the services.
The button.
All right. So look, I think the no-brainer is smart cities, right? And everybody's speaking about smart cities, how these work, and it's not only traffic management. So, all right, go out. You gotta go to DIFC today. You live at the Palm. You have this meeting at this time because I can access your agenda, but you gotta leave at this time because traffic is expected to be this way, right? So that's actually an improvement than in everyday's life, or traffic management, again, public transport. So that's a no-brainer. Waste management as well, right? There are a number of applications. Now, and that's something that we'll get to, right? Something that we'll see. What I really would like to see instead, in I hope 5 years and not 10, is more of application in services for good, right? So healthcare and education as priorities, especially in emerging markets. It's something that can really move the needle, right? Imagine in healthcare, for example, predictions that are based on your lifestyles. I mean, I'm wearing not only a Whoop, I'm wearing Whoop and a watch, right? I have it all. So an AI empowered with this type of information can actually do magics in healthcare, how we are served, and the services that we access. Same for education. Right.
Okay. Right, so Ruslan, you said something very important about the next 5-10 years is going to be everywhere, public services. And I think what you just, what my colleague to my right here mentioned about the healthcare and education being in the front seat of this whole thing is not a question. It's all going to happen. And I think I'd like to address the challenges about how to make that all happen, okay? So your computing power is going to go more and more. It's not going to go cheaper, it's going to be more expensive and more challenging. And how do I acquire young talent? How do we make sure that all those projects are fed with the right level of expertise? This is where the problems is. AI is going to be everywhere, it's not a question. The question is how we're going to get it supported by the right mindset, by the right approaches. And I think this is where the question is, okay, who's going to lead the way, whether it's going to be one of those countries or any. It's less of a question, it's about your ability to work together to achieve high goals rather than putting your focus in one particular area. And this is where I totally agree with you there. I want to bring you an example of a project that we're working on with NITEC, and I'm not sure if Azamat is here, but we're right now building a joint government technology laboratory that is going to grow talent between the two countries, and we'd like more countries to be part of that party, and we'd like companies like PwC with all your expertise to become and be part of all this. So it's about our ability to work together and within the countries. I've got two of my colleagues here from one another national institute, that is also going to take an active part in this project. So it's all about our ability to A, grow talent, B, bring the right leadership, bring the right personnel to take part in this expertise, and of course make sure that we have the right level of funding. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Azamar is there. So yeah, let's appreciate his
Always missing you, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah. It's really interesting because like the whole idea, everybody just mentioned that when we're developing AI, it's really important to develop the community. You need to develop the talents, you need to provide these tools for the talents, and you need to balance it very well. And even though you have it, you need to understand that a part of it, you need to involve more talents. There should be more and more talents. And only afterwards you will be able to create something really feasible, something really important to the society, to the government. Another point is just the whole solution with the change management process. It's like 15 years ago when we started to talk about the smartphone stuff, I do remember that iPhone was about $1,000, right? Actually, the price for iPhone increased in nominal price for the dollar in 15 years. So there is not like a technology deflation part. The technology by itself become more expensive. And the more important point is just our perception is changing. We are becoming more and more willing to spend more time, more money for technology. 15 years ago, it was totally different. Okay, you have fancy watches and you're really happy with this. Now it's this watches, you're having another, you're having the third one, you're having like some ring for it and like several phones with power bank together. So this is something specific, and trying to describe this thing 20, 15 years ago to the person which could be represented by yourself, I think it will be like totally different stuff. Yeah. So coming back to this AI topic, for our government, this is really crucial topic because we are representing the government stuff, and when we're talking about the public services, we're talking about the people who are using these public services, and moreover, people who are providing these public services. So in your opinion, with the development of AI, how we go to increase the number of government employees in the future?
No.
Yeah, and this is today one of the big issues or the topics which discussed in different forums, in different conferences. Someone just against to AI, they said that they replaced the places, working places, and so on. Someone just support the developing the AI. I think here we have to think, and by using AI, we have to create the new market jobs, the new vacancies, like data engineering. So maybe can avoid from some traditional workplaces, but by using AI, we create new 10 or 20 new workplaces, new directions, like data engineering, data scientists, for instance, the people or the person, the specialist who can work with robotics and so on. So it means that when we just close one work, we should create 10, and AI can help us. And we should first understand, and we have to use it in right to just extract the new directions.
I absolutely agree, right? As every innovation that is deeply embedded in our life, the first thing we got to think of is economic growth. And the AI, I think, is one of the main, is already and will keep being in the next few years one of the first enablers of economic growth across the world. When I say economic growth, I mean GDP, job creations. I mean, we think that AI will actually, replace human. Well, definitely there will be skills that need to be replaced, right? So it's not about writing job descriptions anymore. It's about reinventing skills for the future. So, and this is something very important that we don't have to teach our children, but we have to teach ourselves and even the older generations than mine, right? How do we reinvent to actually adapt to the new world? But yeah, economic growth, 100%. FDI, imagine countries where you have, focus on AI, focus on tech, and you're actually able to home nurture fantastic realities and fantastic fintech and fantastic tech companies, and then you get interest from other countries that want to invest in. So FDI, job creation, and support to other sectors, agriculture, security. So that's the growth that we look at.
Thank you. So I think the question was whether or not we're going to still be around as governments, right? Was that the question? Okay. All right.
I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about all the people.
No, this is personal now, man. That's fine. Look, I don't think it's a matter of numbers. It's a matter of efficiency. It's not. We will still be here to make sure that. Look, if I look at the average AI project, it's not. We don't have a problem with technology. We have a problem with defining the requirement for the technology, right? At least in the. Not talking about the super special general. Talking about regular stuff. Seeing to work with data, with input, rather than with AI itself. And you talked about community. Well, how do we convert the IT community into AI community? Do we have to do that? Do we have to deal with the same people? Do we have to bring more education? All those questions, no one's going to give us the right answers at this point. This is growing. In a matter of a couple of months, we might be in a completely different approach on that. So we gather up, we show all the smart presentations, but then the evolution is taking us to dimensions that we cannot possibly imagine. It's more about our ability, and I will get us back to this topic, to effectively work together with the right expertise, with the right youngsters to lead the way, because they have these approaches. So you give us the example of an iPhone, and you're right, it's going to probably grow in price. That's going to happen, that's inevitable. But then again, I think having more of that, of these gatherings as well, and thank you for the invitation as well. I mean, it's been amazing few hours so far, and I'm quite unhappy about the fact that I have to leave in a few hours. But it's all about efficiency and our ability to work together as a region as well. So thank you again for your question.
Thank you very much. So, основная часть сегодняшней встречи.
The main part of today's meeting was, the main idea was to talk about the development of artificial intelligence and how we can develop it further in governmental services. And everyone should be able to have this ability to create high-quality services for all citizens.
But at the same time, we have to be aware that introducing new virtual assistants, AI agents, it's critical to use correct computing powers. Where we as state companies are going to be in 5 years? Will we still be required to provide these services? Or AI, I'm not talking that it will take away our professions like robots or something else, but I'm talking in terms of the state officer, where he is going to be. This is a very interesting moment for us. We stop on it, but we don't stop the process of interaction.
First, government companies. And when we're talking about government companies, we're talking about government employees. Definitely, artificial intelligence will require totally different level of expertise on the level of the government. It's not just like a hype, it's not just like a trend, but it's something which we're going to face, and we need to know how to work with this. And for somebody, this is an opportunity. For somebody implementing of artificial intelligence, this is a threat. Extremely big threat, because it's covering totally different solution an idea of balancing not only the personal data, but the medical data, security data, and everything which requires the whole solution and activity of the source of the data, which is represented by the person by himself. So thanks. I think it was like quite tough to manage the timeline because it was like really interesting, and it's really a lot of topics we need to discuss. So I have the last question, and I want to address this question to the whole auditory, to everybody who is sitting here. In this last 1 hour, do you still believe in government AI or not? If yes, please, yep, raise your hand. So you see, it's just, this is really interesting point actually. I'm not really sure, it's like, probably it's a problem with the sound. Not many people really understand it, but among all of you, there is only 10 people who raised their hand. I think this is really interesting because the whole artificial intelligence part is more like a hype for everybody. It's just digitalization, we need to know about it, but it's not just the digitalization itself. It's something we are going to face, and we need to be prepared for it. You wanted to say something? So, thank you very much. So, I think at least you believe in AI, right? So let's raise our hands. Thank you very much.
In our peak, it was 5 million people. We understand that major take a receipt and talk to operator, order a service, and wait for the feedback. And here, we analyze these clients pass, and those requests that we have in internet, we have analyzed, and on the basis of these data, we started development of online application. the taxation. Get as service could have given to digital marketers, they could get services. Electricity, it's cases when, for example, our partner Paida, they using our app have signed the agreement between two sole entrepreneurs. There is auto filling of the data of the contra agents, biometric identification of both sides. Two entrepreneurs in any part of the world can discuss conditions, can fill in the data, sign it on both sides, indicate the bank details, and all the process ends up. No paper required. And now we would like to show the mobile app itself. I will try briefly to tell about it. The first onboarding. The main task is when mobile app is downloaded, straight away you get on the main page, where on the upper part you see the search bar. You get the actual news for your particular sphere. Tax calendar is a very useful service. We think that every person has the right to forget about paying some tax. We inform this person about necessity to pay by push messages, catalog for states where in general. You can see what kind of state services are available right now in a very convenient to client way, without strange phrases, which are. These are all measures of state support are provided here. Type of business activity, as much as you can get from the government credit limits. The application, it will further go to the state offices, and you will see the status of it, when it's confirmed, cancelled. Then we have a section named business, my business. In general, there is a profile of your company where you can see the title, the status, acting. Future, we plan to have such an option if you want to suspend activity, you can do that in one click. There are as well bank details. If you want to change the director, by using the button of edit, you can do that automatically and easily. As well, there is a risk management system. In general, we want to inform our entrepreneurs about the risks so that could in advance to correct mistakes. Together with Atomic-N, we made a smart assistant service where in general you can ask any question related to your type of activity, if you're a startupper, if you want to get a crowdfunding, and it works on basis of AI. In general, you can ask a question and system will provide you information to your request. I think that one of the key services is marketplace that we are trying to create, and I think as entrepreneurs you will support us, and in general it will be of use for you. Make it as comfortable as possible, and to create a platform where state and business can be in a dialogue and will be able to generate new traffic for your business. For example, if a physical person is registered, you physically have to find an accountant to open up a settlement account. And in the future, I think that we will have as maximum services as we can in our marketplace. And notification center is a tracker for your services, for your requests, and you will have you will have a status for your request, for your state penalties, and you will see the exact final status of these actions. In general, please scan this QR code. We did our best to invite as many entrepreneurs as possible. We ask you to follow our channel. Next Friday we have our first release of our application. You will be the first users who will be able to download it, to give us feedback. And we have a product-based approach when we develop our products, and we will be happy to have your feedback as soon as possible. So, briefly speaking, this is it. I did my best to tell you as much as possible about our product. I'd like to thank our team. These guys have been working a lot during recent 2 weeks. Our partner Yerdos, Biktimbai, our developer Kwandi Kablai. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chingiz Orazaliyev, Deputy Chairman to National Information Technology. I think the innovative product, very useful, easier for business, brink of and our to become we all the success, and we are sure to. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Мы заключительный же, да? Этот... Так мы как раз и часами этот 7:20. Аружан? Мы заключительные. Четко говорю. Начнем тогда, да?
So, shall we? Good evening. Good evening, guests and dear participants of this panel session. And I realize that it's quite late, and more than not, we do not have a lot of energy towards the end of the day. I hope that this panel session would be an interesting one, and I hope that you end up liking it. And today's topic of our panel discussion is artificial intelligence and digital future, challenges and opportunities for strategic partnership. We talk about the fact that artificial intelligence changes our life and shapes our future. And artificial intelligence, as of today, helps us in various fields, and the question is, what would be the way to regulate it? What would be the way to avoid many risks? And we will take a look at how different countries, how they use artificial intelligence, what are the issues they face, what are the difficulties they have to face, and what are some of the impact on the infrastructures. And we will talk also about potential cooperation when using artificial intelligence tools. And our colleagues will share their experience and share their. Allow me to introduce Baitursinov Geizat Seydakhmetovich. He is also a representative of a spatial industry, Arde Mayrkul. He is an entrepreneur in Turkey, and he is also a founder of Mer-M Turkey, and he's also the chief person for digital development, and Gorlina Tatiana Eduardovna, and she is the director of Avara IT Groups of Company, and Markevich Ruslan Ivanovich, a head director for Eastern Europe and Central Asia of EPAMS Company, and Tankinov Nurlan, chairman and co-founder of Skyworking Project, and Sagbas, managing partner and the founder of the companies Danışmanlık, and Madiyar Yergali, chief technical officer, founder of Shirak AI. So, dear speakers, a very warm welcome to this panel discussion. And the first question I would like to address to Seydakhmetovich. So, President of the countries, Kassym-Jomart Kemelovich, defined that one of the key strategic goals of our country is to develop artificial intelligence. And in 2024, 2024, Ministry of Digitalization, they created this committee of developing artificial intelligence. So can you tell us, please, what exactly does your committee do? What are the works that were completed in 2024, and what are your goals for 2025, and what are your goals moving forward as far as developing artificial intelligence is concerned? Yes, thank you, Bakırcan. Good day, dear colleagues. Good day, dear distinguished speakers. I would like to greet you all. I would like to thank you for making it. Thank you for devoting some time to this panel session. And I hope you like everything. And I hope that this forum is going to become a platform which will allow you to expand your networking, and you will be able to familiarize yourself with new technologies, and you will get a chance to get to know many experts. And I hope that this forum will become a beginning of new agreements when it comes to artificial intelligence. And going back to John's question, and last year we created this committee on artificial intelligence, and the main goal of our committee and the main task in hand that we've got. So it's all about developing these technologies here in Kazakhstan, and we need to make sure that we have all the necessary infrastructure. And as part of this task, we were in three main directions. It's institutional environment, development of infrastructure, and also developing of human capital. And as far as institutional environment is concerned, as I already pointed out, we have created a committee last year. And when it comes to members of our committee, we have also the so-called pool of young talents, and we also have experts, and they have experience working overseas, and they have experience in working with AI tools. And last year, only when we created our committee, we realized that we need to have certain goals, certain objectives, and also we need KPI. And last year, we have adopted this concept of developing AI for forthcoming 5 years. And this year, we plan to also transform this strategy. We plan to develop this artificial intelligence further 5 years down the road. And we also realize that there are some risks associated with this technology, and also there is a risk of misuse. There is the risk of deepfakes, and that is the reason why that last year we started developing legal basis for artificial intelligence, and that proposal was already submitted to our parliament, and we plan to organize the working group where we will be discussing this legal framework. And feel free to come up with your comments or suggestions, and yeah, feel free to become part of that working group. And also one of the directions, and as for the decree, as for the order of our president, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, we plan to organize a council that will be working as part of this council. And also we have experts who have experience working in that field. And what we also plan to do, we plan to organize this council in the first half of the year, and in the second half of the year we plan already to organize some actual gatherings or meetings. And speaking of infrastructure, we realized that for any products we would need two components: a calculating capacity, and second of all, we would need aggregated and cleared data. And as part of developing computational capacities in Kazakhstan, we plan to open the so-called supercomputer cluster in Kazakhstan, and plan to obtain experts license. And also we realize that those technologies are being regulated by all the countries. And in December last year, we have launched this Kazakhstani cluster on the US territory, and all that our solutions are being tested, and our products are being tested on those servers. And in December, we have presented Kaz OLM. So this is our independent or large language model, Kaz model, and it was taught on 148 billion tokens and 70 billion parameters. And this model was developed by Nazarbayev University, and also with the participation of the National Government Center, and also with the private sector. And this model is able to respond to questions in 4 languages: in Russian, in Kazakh, in English, and in Turkish. And also in December, we have introduced this national platform for artificial intelligence. In other words, this is the platform where the data will be cleared and structured, and we will have also access to computational capacities, and we will also have access to various models, and any person will be able to create artificial intelligence agents and AI consultants. And last year we have started learning on this platform, and we managed to teach more than 100,000 governmental officials. And also, as for decree of our presidents, we are in the process of creating International Center for Artificial Intelligence, and also this center will be the so-called space where scientific community and also representatives of business communities and startups, they will be communicating with one another. They will be creating products that will be introduced, and they will be functioning in all the sectors of the economy. And also we plan to launch various educational programs, and also based on international experience, and plan to open ENG laboratory alongside with international major companies. And next year, starting from September, we plan to open this very center. And last but not least, and I think this is one of the main directions when it comes to artificial intelligence, developing HR, developing human capital. And we always had this understanding: in order to create the necessary infrastructure and in order to develop this technology in Kazakhstan, so we would need competence and we would need talent to do so. And therefore, we have very ambitious tasks to teach up to 1 million citizens within the period of 5 years. So 500,000 high school students, 90,000 governmental officials, 90,000 students, and etc., etc. And so this teaching, we plan to set it up on the premises of Astana Hub, and we will be also teaching students, college students and high school students, and AI Kazmet Bootcamp. So this is the program where governmental officials will have an opportunity to go through the training. So that's it from my part, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for your detailed report. And the next question I would like to address to Mr. Erdem Ergul. And in your company, Celebron Tech, you specialize on developing various solutions based on artificial intelligence tool, Internet of Things, Web3, and many other technologies. And as of today, you have successfully launched AI products such as Sere Insight, Sere AI XDR, and Sere. So Sere, it's the solution for personalization of interaction of various users. And because of that, and based on your experience, I have a question for you. So given your experience in introducing various solutions, what do you think? What do you think? To what extent we need to use AI tools responsibly? And we know that AI market has been growing very fast, and we know that AI also impacts global economy. So what would be the way to use it responsibly? Thank you.
Thank you, Barlagına Salem. Actually, and our company, actually, Serum Tech, dedicated next generation company, and we are focusing AI and generative AI solutions, etc. But also 4 years ago, we established our companies. Nowadays, we are in 7 countries and more than 100 customers and more than 15 million users. And, but we thought that 3 big products, one of them Sera Insight. This is AI preparation platform. You are using our platform and creating your AI assistant. The second one also we have AI cybersecurity solutions. Your AI solutions and AI agents, they are watching all your systems 24 hours and they are helping you and as AI assistant. The other one, we have a mobile application. It's called Sera AI. 2 years ago, actually, we created Sera, and like avatar AI assistant models, nowadays we have 10 million users. But with my colleagues and with my team, we thought that, okay, we are creating AI solutions, we are creating AI products, and we have huge community and from the Europe, from the countries, from the Middle East countries, etc. Asia, but we need to be focused on responsible AI. And then we thought that what can we do together? Maybe I can share that maybe some statistics before and what is happening in the AI world and nowadays. Actually, according to PwC, and by 2030, there will be an 26% increase in GDP for local economies thanks to AI. AI economy is running and AI economy is actually rising. And also, again, according to PwC last report, AI could contribute up to 15.7 trillion to the global economy 2013. It's, yes, okay, AI is contributing the economy, but we need to think about it. What does it mean, responsible? All our audience in this panel, we need to focus on what does it mean and what can we do for future responsible AI. And what does it mean, responsible AI? Actually, and as you know, AI is giving some critical decisions on behalf of us. And you are using many services like ChatGPT, like the other generative AI solutions, etc. But where critical decisions are often based on algorithmic insights. And this trend promises to bring many advantages, but however, still we are getting many misinformation from the AI tools. And we thought that technology providers, company, and technology providers, many government institutions and the government needs to be focused on responsible AI and to catch many misinformation. It's very important because still, and from our experience, many AI assistants or many AI agents and or gadgets, they are still seeing many hallucination. Their response is not true. As we teach more data AI, actually maybe I can share with some results. And there is growing need for AI proactively drive fair, responsible, and ethical decisions. The 3 discussions, for example, last week when we were Davos, and many business peoples and government leaders talk about misinformation. And we are seeing misinformation is going to responsible AI is why important. And also another one, what's keeping companies from investing in responsible AI? Why we need to invest responsible AI? Because if we, for example, many companies and many government institutions started to checkbox solution. Maybe you solve that. And we are trying to understand and we are supporting to our customers to use checkbox solution. This information is true or not true. For example, many customers, they are using our solutions. We don't want to give wrong information to them. And we are creating the new models with our Turkish LLM. And we are trying to give right answer and the right data and the right direction for them. And we are thinking this is our responsibilities. Also nowadays, many peoples, they are talking about auditing to ensure responsible AI. What does it mean? For example, okay, we created the AI solutions, we are using AI solutions, who is auditing? And we will see that next 2 years, many AI solutions will be audit their own selves. AI will audit AI solutions. It means this is responsible AI. And also, you know that we have cyber skill gap. Still, we need to focus cyber security to become responsible AI. And we need to find new AI solutions with the peoples, with the executives for our responsible AI. And in conclusions, actually, we thought that three things are important for responsible AI. One of them, actually, we need to avoid bias answer, and we need to avoid wrong answer from the AI solutions, and we need to collect right data, and it's very important. The second one, actually, adaptation is important. Okay, we are talking today AI, etc., but we need to teach to our kids, our friends, what does it mean AI, and AI is future or not the future. We need to think about, and we need to talk about for this. And the last one, we need talented people. I am seeing in this panel we have many young peoples, and but we need to talent peoples if they know what does it mean AI, what does it mean responsible AI, and why we are using AI solutions. Future will good for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Demirkul. Следующий вопрос я бы хотел бы.
The next question I'd like to ask Jan Norden. Avara IT represents a wide spectrum of IT services. In your portfolio, software development, IT consulting, introduction of various solutions including AI and machine learning. Could you tell, please, how Avara IT uses front-end technologies for transformation of companies? How do companies improve their efficiency, reduce costs, and still stay competitive? Thank you for your question. Good day, good evening. It's a long day today. I do hope that have capability to dive deeply in such an interesting thing like artificial intelligence. Thank you for your questions to each speaker, because we can discuss it 1 week or even more, because it's interesting, and our company has quite a wide expertise. And 16 years ago, we started our path from automation of business processes, quite a conservative story, automation of finance, management, reporting, and our clients. Those were companies all around the world. The only place where we don't have a project is Australia, I guess. And we have our clients on all other countries everywhere. And development of requests in terms of what people want from technologies, especially considering the level of increase of automation and increase of level of trust to technologies and safety, we started broadening up our expertise. And as of now, we represent one window service for our clients. Client come to us and we help with basic infrastructure and finishing with difficult projects, like when AI helps in managing of a company. And from one side, we are quite well represented in Kazakhstani market. We are proactive. We work with many companies and clients, but we tailor up our experience in each particular country, because there are differences in clients, in companies, in requests, what they expect from technology. From other sides, there are general trends when an IT company, consulting company works on different markets. You have a possibility to unite this experience of working at markets with different level of maturity and bring it to bring something new to other markets. And our expertise is quite wide. And from the point of view of industry where we work, we are quite powerful in financial sector. We work in retail, we work in subsoil users, and we work with all segments, and we like our favorites are financial and subsoil users. And as Bakirjan said, as of today, IT industry from one side, and from another side, the requests of us, our requests as just human beings, not companies, just people, came to that readiness when IT industry is considered, we understand that AI is present in all the spheres, and we can see it everywhere in work and in personal life. And despite, doesn't matter which project we are implementing, automatization of what level we do, we work in the base with safety and with data, because many of you know that data, work with data has changed within 10 years significantly. And in the beginning, they were only structured data that people worked with. Then we started to learn how to deal with non-structured data, and now we are socializing with our data and expect that our data sometimes will be able to give prompts to us. And we come to that story when AI is already not hype or trend, a thing to play with interesting scenarios and features. AI now already is being implemented by many companies for solution of specific tasks. And the major thing here is that AI allows to optimize routine tasks, reducing costs, as well allowing creative energy of people to sit, think, and do something beautiful. And we have such a thing like digital assistant, and it's not like a co-pilot, which is popular now, because many companies have their PO pilots. We come to digital twin, and we're trying not to proceed from our fantasies, but from the necessities of our client. There is a request. A young woman, leader of a big company, came and she says, "Give me a second me." We thought a little bit and made an avatar, and we're developing we're developing new avatars, and it allows to delegate tasks to this avatar. Mostly they still do routine tasks when avatar can do low qualified sales manager tasks, because highly qualified sales manager cannot be replaced by any technology. And in the project, Smart City project, we learned not only to classical processing of machine learning. We learned how to add algorithms of AI on the basis of analytical data that we have. We overlap it with data in accordance with the regulatory base of legislative acts that are present, and we look at the trends. We worked with the data from population, and we realized if our analytics that this legislative act influenced well to well-being of people, then we can recommend those who take decision makers to develop these or that documents. I still can keep on talking about it for weeks. And digital assistants, I started talking about them. It's easy to calculate economical efficiency of such technologies. Digital assistant, if he is used by a person efficiently, it can save up to 4 hours of work, and then you just can calculate what is going to be the savings. It will reach up to 500,000 million tenge, and technologies do develop. A lot had been said about DeepSeek, and I couldn't help fight back discussing this technology, and technologies develop very quickly. And yesterday, when I got prepared for this speech, I didn't know about this information, and so it's not on the slides. I think everyone knows that China has released something that shaked a IT market, and many developers and GPT, chat, and AI have lost the rating of their shares, because it turned out to be quickly learned within the very short period of time with very low investment. It was $12 million, which is very low for such a thing. If you remember, investment to GPT was 500 million. Just consider the amounts. So there are no miracles, and this technology had been created on the basis of OpenAI. The only different thing there is how these models are learning. They are not learning on a linear basis. They are learning on the basis of the context learning. It's like all of us studied in universities and school. It's like a carrot and stick method. If model gives correct answer, then it is praised. If no, then it is punished. And it was quite efficient. And in terms of efficiency, it is very useful for companies with low budgets, startups. But just yesterday night, I heard that there is such a news that due to the fact that it had been developed quite quickly, they didn't have enough time to check out the security of the model. And everything that you upload there, the model does know how to decide what it can issue, cannot be issued, which means that there can be leakage of data, financial data, salaries data, for example. These are quite sensitive data. What I mean by that, every technology that would be appearing, because even us, like people, learn, and our expectations increase. That is why the development is happening quicker. But safety is a critical point from the perspective, especially when we talk about AI, and it becomes even more significant. But there are good news as well. Good old story of blockchain. Please raise your hand who doesn't know what blockchain is. I'm sure everyone knows. From other side, what does it mean? How does blockchain related to that? It's Bitcoin and that's it. No, but blockchain is an example of those technologies that have been used in very limited space. In a combination with new technologies and AI, they can give fantastic results and effects, such as increase of safety for solutions based on AI, and increasing of trust and transparency of what AI is doing. You understand the principle of blockchain. You understand that any activity that you have done cannot be altered, and there is a centralized network, and there is not one single person who can influence to that, and it's quite easy to monitor the influence and the principle which was the basis for the decision taken. That is why the tie between blockchain and AI opens up a great perspective that we would minimize such risks related to security, oversharing of data. When critical data is shared, and I think that safety of AI in the perspective will be if it's used together with blockchain. And if we're talking about risks, what we have to do to allow AI develop more quickly. What are the blockers? Infrastructure as the main thing. High-speed internet is required, and we understand that in large cities it's okay, but in other areas it might not be. I think everyone noticed when internet in the first half of day worked, and if it did not work, we wanted to raise up avatar, and internet down. That is why we have to sort out this issue. Further, perception of people, how and what to do with AI. A lot of people don't know what to do with that, and this has to be worked on. Popularization, increasing of level of education in this sphere has to be done, so that AI could have been used safely. At the same time, this good DeepSeek, but at this present moment, if you use it, you have to use it for some simple requests, so that it gave you information, not you gave him information. Maybe so far it's better to use OpenAI, but if you have some depersonalized information and you need to get the summary, DeepSeek can help you better than anything else. Technologies are developing. We have to watch out not to become a hostage of technology, and this would allow humanity to develop more quickly. Thank you. A broad reply. I'd like to address the next question to Ruslan. As we know, EPM Systems is one of the largest companies. It doesn't. We don't have to say more. And the question is how you, as a company, integrate your to stay leader in communication technology and helping your clients to achieve their goals. Thank you, dear colleagues, dear guests. Happy to see here in Almaty on this forum. I'm happy to be here with like-thinking people. This is an interesting, AI is an interesting technology, is progressing. It's not just a trend anymore, it's a technology that changes the structure of economy, the structure of data, consuming habits, and it brings more and more interest and causes more and more moments related to safety and security and use of AI. A couple of words I'd like to say about EPAM company. We work for 30 years already. It's an American company. Started its work from 1992. Now it's a public company, and gradually developing. We have been buying various companies, did requisitions, added people, added technology, locations, and added up competences as well. Here you see the name of clients that we have had, and this is like 10% of our clients that I can disclose, and we represent all continents. We have 60,000 people employed in our company. 85% of these people are engineers and in their DNA, and they work not as consultants but as those who bring change.
And both changes and challenges that we have encountered, and we also faced various crises and also many things that took place in world economy and things that we had to overcome. And today, and this has become an important base also for our growth, and this is something that helped us to grow our infrastructure and various fields, various segments of our economy. And the thing that I wanted to mention, and not only us, but also all the world. So we would start very little. We would start with mobile internet and with some mobile apps, and now AI is the way to deny it, and many more is expected to come. And what we also see from our behalf, and during the last 2 years, we see many transformation changes, and those changes, they take place very structurally, and us included. And what else do we have? And we were talking about Davos and many global leaders, and they talk about the importance of investing in AI, and it is true, and attractiveness of every party is affected by that. According to expert evaluations, and also we also mentioned that there is a global structure, and we were talking about countries, and I think this is particularly important when working in Kazakhstan, and we've been working in Kazakhstan for a long time, and we see how Kazakhstan invests in various investment projects and how you prepare your youth. It's important to maintain this rhythm. And also the topic of our panel discussion. So those are the challenges that we see by us, and we also see similar challenges when evaluating our partners, and also transparency, and no one who's here, and technological companies, no one knows how AI works. It's like a black box, and how do they teach themselves? We've got no idea. And we've got many cases of non-standard solutions and everything that can be done with the help of AI. And we also work on, so what would be the way to understand that fully? And we would need to understand how decisions are made on the basis of AI. And previous speakers, they already mentioned the fact that there are many things that can be missed, and we're talking about global economic changes, and we were talking about this algorithmical bias, and we were talking about the fact that AI can hallucinate and they can falsify data, and everything should be checked and everything should be looked after. And all of us who are here, we have many people, and human capital, the way human capital moves, structure of this human capital, knowledge, and what would be the way to apply that knowledge. And we have this small joke that we have people that someone is sitting on the chair and someone is improving their abilities. And what we see, that what is happening right now, we see that the learning is being intensified with the AI. So we cannot simply ignore that, because if we ignore that, we will be on the sidelines. And what do we have? What are some of the advantages that we can get? And AI creates a whole range of equal opportunities, and I urge everyone to think about this. So imagine that we are in India or in some other country where we do not have many scientific research institutes, or if the budget is lower. But even now, AI technologies, and we see that many gifted scholars, they create these structural changes in various segments of the science, and something that they manage to do while attracting a relatively low amount of financial resources, and at the same time we create this equal environment for all. And why am I highlighting this? We see many examples in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia where with relatively small budget we still experience an important breakthrough. And the next point, and this is something that we were talking about, and at the level of countries, and speaking of our regulations and all the coordination that happens at the AI level, and it is being maintained by corporations, and we also have many agencies, and they control, and what they need to do, they need to evaluate the risks. It's important that they do not privatize it. And in Kazakhstan, we also see that the use of cloud technologies and Ministry of Digitalization, and we were talking about the fact, and I really want Kazakhstan not to follow this bureaucratic path of containment, and this is very important. And speaking of the EPAM itself, and what do we actually do? And yeah, let me try to put this into words. And what we do, we view AI as this breakthrough, as the technology that can ensure breakthrough in parts of the world. And we look at science, and we see the requests that are coming, and we see also requests for prompt engineering. We also try to structure that to support this engineering capabilities. And what we also do, we try to reduce the time that is needed for development. And let's say a very simple comparison. So if in the past it used to take us 10 hours, now it takes up to 10 minutes. And you can imagine the savings that we have for our clients. And this all in turn motivates us. And this also contributes to the enhanced use of technologies. I wanted to show you the slide, and I wanted to show you what this picture tells us. And we can work in a different way, and our industries and our leaders, we've been developing various applications on the basis of AI. And yeah, let's say every day things would change, and we even moved further. And moving forward, we even have the platform that would enable us to use those solutions. And so in the future, we will be increasing our tools that we will be using. And further down the road, we are looking for those platform solutions. And in reality, technologies and digital platforms that allow us to administer everything in a correct fashion. And we see the way it used to be before. It is scary, and this is so not clear. And then we would start to structure those things for business, for engineering. And right now we this new technology, this revolutionary technology, and now this is something that one can easily understand. And in order not to waste more time, I would like to show the final slide. And here we've got several cases with actual figures, and we did evaluate those cases with our clients, and we see the productivity boost by up to 21%, Canadian entirely. So we created more than 23% of new user cases and apps. So this is the large supplier of data. And we managed to reduce their costs by 33%. And on our behalf, we guarantee that the strengthening the role of AI, and also this will lead to a major shift. And that means so the position of the country will be shifted, or either the country or certain companies, and also the state of people would also change. So that's it from my part, and I will be happy to take more questions from you. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. And I would like to ask a question to Murat Tanishbayevich. And as we were going through our today's panel session, and I think we heard many stories and many interesting cases, how companies use artificial intelligence, and your case is very interesting, and this is very interesting to listen to. And as far as I know, you are using AI tools in agricultural sector, and then you plan to increase your harvest, and you plan to increase the productivity. So could you please let me know, and could you please tell me about your experience and what are the issues that you were facing when introducing artificial intelligence in agricultural sector? Yes, thank you very much, Bahajan, and thank you for hanging around. I understand that everyone wants to hit the bar. I'll try to be very short, and we can even go together to a bar. I would like to start with a question, and the question is, who is ready to start doing business based on the pieces of advice of neighbors and colleagues and farmers in Kazakhstan? So this is what they do every year, and whether or not they make a correct decision or not, so their harvest, their personal harvests, and also food security of the country also depends on that. So therefore, I would like to talk about application of AI tools in agricultural sector. I'm not talking about Terminator working with the agricultural machinery. It's something else. And I would like to kind of provide you with more details. And as of today, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we immediately think of generating text, images, or generating videos. However, in the so-called sector, we also have a huge potential. Even in the healthcare sector, AI is able to provide better result than average radiologist. And in agriculture, there is even a greater potential because we always have an appetite, and food security is particularly important for the state. And before I start talking about artificial intelligence, I wanted to tell that we have the second oil in Kazakhstan, because we are at 13th place when it comes to the fields that can be that can be used to get a harvest. So we occupy 13th place, and this is the great potential that we are not taking advantage of. And the United Nations, they have chosen Kazakhstan as one of the top priority countries for global food security, and this gives us this whole range of possibility. And we also have some figures, so you would be able to understand what a great potential we've got. And here, and so 14th place, and we are on the 5th place when it comes to supplying cereal on international market. And when it comes to productivity, when it comes to efficiency of our harvest, we occupy 104th place. And all neighboring countries, they are doing better. They are ahead of us by 1 hectare. And what does that mean? We are not particularly effective when it comes to producing. So we seed a lot, but we gather very little. And this is one of the top priorities of our company. And Skywalker is a good company, but it's not an omnipotent one. And also we wanted all the interesting parties to be interested, and we hope that everyone would be able to contribute to a solution. And who is a farmer? And as I said, whether or not farmer is correct or makes a wrong decision, and a lot depends on that. And as of today, for the most part, farmers, they do not have agriculture potential. So they either trust their intuition or some blogger, or also someone who sells pesticides. So they are good, but there's also a conflict of interest when it comes to selling pesticides that they've got in their warehouse. And therefore, one of the big problems for farmers, it's knowledge, and it's not obvious where one can obtain that knowledge. And the solutions that we propose is the so-called digital agriculture professional. And we also have those digitalized solutions, and what can be done. And we would also gather big data, and through all the dealer network. And if I were to be brief, farmer can launch a drone and gather a data, and piece of software would be able to give him a result. And software would be able to analyze it, and software would be able to respond what needs to be done and what are the measures that should be taken in order to obtain a concrete result. So it's ChatGPT for agricultural sector. And we did reinvent the wheel, and those solutions are available. AgroScout of Israel, Taranis of the United States, and also our neighbors have their own piece of software in Russia. And how come national software is important? And at least all those solutions, they are quite pricey for Kazakhstani farmers, and they are also intended to work with the plants of those countries, and they are towards working with other countries, and they are also customized to their weather conditions. So our farmers would not be able to use them. And from strategic point of view, we could not be storing this data about our soil and we cannot store this data on some other services. And this is very important. And here I would like to draw your attention to the fact that as part of our activity, we already gather a great deal of data, and we have many AI engineers who can develop that. We also have a vision how this can be done, and I think those who are here, you can imagine what it takes to create the software based on the neural network. So what effort needs to be put in order to teach this AI network, and so it's a great task, and ideally we would like to experience a certain collaboration. And apart from the fact that this is an important strategic task, it also has a great strategic potential. And if I were to talk about Kazakhstan, we are talking about $23 billion. So this figure was made up, and if we also take all the land that we've got in Kazakhstan, and if farmer is eager to pay $10 a year, so we would get that figure. And $10, so this is 1 liter of pesticides effectively. And apart from that, so a socially, and also it's an important project from the economic point of view as well. And when also applying artificial intelligence, so we can increase that fourfold, and we also are able to draw young talents to agricultural sector, and they experience this great shortage of HR personnel. And this initiative, it solves all those issues. And as I said already, my task is to draw your attention to this problem, and even if the companies end up working not necessarily with us and developers, we are always eager to discuss this. And speaking of investors, I mean, not only on Kazakhstani markets, and CIS market is relatively open, and also the state. The state should be an equal partner which would be able to work on the solution of this matter. And I'm sure this will serve as a major boost for agricultural sector of Kazakhstan. And towards the end, as I promised, I wanted to let everyone know that I mean, we don't want necessarily to chase this Made in Kazakhstan label. So we don't want to produce drones for the sake of producing drones. And we've always had this bitter experience, and we don't want to build some non-competitive plant that would not lead to any good result. And the reason I'm telling you this is hard to gather the hard way, and we have world giants, and they are particularly effective at this. But there is also this other segment, and the software. And if we were to talk about software, Kazakhstan can occupy an enviable position, and we have talented IT personnel, and Kazakhstan is very open and flexible, and this is a great opportunity both for agricultural sectors and for other sectors as well. That's it from my part, and thank you very much.
Mr. Sol.
Как известно, у вас огромный большой опыт.
As we know, you have extensive experience in implementing projects related to scaling up technologies in your country, in Turkey. Could you please tell, considering that AI becomes a key driver in digital transformation around the world, what is your opinion? What are the main challenges and opportunities in front of the developing markets in the context of developing and regulation of AI?
Pleasure to be here. I'm coming from Turkey, and it's a wonderful opportunity to speak to this distinguished audience in Almaty. As you have mentioned, I'm running a company that's doing consultancy to technology scale-ups, fintechs, e-commerce companies, as well as larger global technology giants. And in this capacity, I've been involved in the national policy making on AI in Turkey. We also serve in Azerbaijan, and we have contributed to this development of the national strategies of these nations. So in order to answer to your question, I'll step back and look into what's happening around the world in different jurisdictions very briefly, and then I'll discuss the opportunities for the emerging markets, in particular for Kazakhstan, as far as I know. Very briefly, if you assess who is developing the AI technologies, there is an easy way of doing this. Just compare the number of AI papers that are published in different nations. United States is the first one by far. China is second. And then there are followers in Europe, UK and Europe. There is Korea. So it's very polarized. It's basically USA and China. And if you check the numbers within the USA, who in which institutions are publishing these papers. So where is the human resource? You would normally expect academic papers to be published by universities, right? But that's not the case in AI. It's the Google, it's the Facebook, it's Apple, all these companies, and then the universities follow them. So the talent is concentrated in a few countries and especially in the large corporates. And the investments on AI are also, if you check the small graph above, going to these countries. So there is a big polarization, and Europe and emerging nations are far behind. So in terms of the regulatory approaches, again, we see a fragmentation around the world. There are three basic approaches. One is the American approach, where they don't really regulate and they let the companies do whatever they want, grow, scale up, and set the rules. Especially with the Trump administration, this trend will be more visible. He actually canceled the only executive order that Biden published to regulate AI, so that no longer exists. So this is the American approach, very, liberal. There is a Chinese approach, which is more restrictive and based on control, but their control is more about the consumers, not the businesses. And that's why actually, as Tatiana mentioned, DeepSeek is very successful, but they have been successful through developing a B2B framework first and then going to the consumer. So they actually kind of pass the restrictions. And Chinese, government obviously provides a lot of financial incentives for these companies. Now Europe, although they don't have too much AI companies and they don't get much investment, they are the leaders in regulation, and they have been so in the digital world for a few years, starting with the GDPR and then the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, and now the AI Act, which, as I show here, has a layered risk-based approach to regulate AI. If you are doing a very risky AI business, such as face recognition, that's not allowed. If it's a simple chatbot, it's allowed, but you have to disclose. And there are in the middle layers that are regulated. If you are doing a financial thing, if you are doing a health thing, an immigration thing, then you need to disclose your models, etc. The problem with this approach is, just like any regulation, it's very hard to regulate new technologies because technologies develop much faster than the regulatory adoption. And the second is, all of the large language models that we discussed, ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, whatever, they are actually general purpose models. So, you can't actually, in advance understand where it will be deployed in, whether it's a high risk activity, low risk activity, whatever. So this is kind of a very restrictive approach, and I think it will cause problems in Europe, and we will see most probably in the upcoming months and years some companies stopping some of their operations in Europe, like Apple did with their new iPhone model. They didn't actually launch the AI properties in the EU market. But what is the opportunity for emerging countries like Turkey, Azerbaijan, and in particular Kazakhstan? I will point out two basic opportunities that I see. One is the infrastructure. I think everyone is in these days discussing the energy consumption that and the demand that will be created because of the developing AI models. Training is very expensive, very energy intensive. Although DeepSeek now seems to be lowering these expenses, we are yet to see. It may also result in an increase in demand because it will be more efficient. And even before DeepSeek, the predictions were that until in the next 5 years, in the USA, the energy demand for AI and the data centers will increase 6-fold. For energy-rich countries like Kazakhstan, I think this is a very good opportunity. And the other graph, the columns there show who is investing in the data centers. It's mostly the companies, not nations. So there is a room for nations to develop their sovereign data center infrastructures fueled by their own energy and possibly serve to other countries around through appropriate legal frameworks. This is one opportunity. The other opportunity I see is that the AI investments are getting very concentrated on a few high performer companies like OpenAIs, etc. You see that in the graph. In the last few years, most of the investments that you see in, dark blue columns goes to a few companies. And if, sovereign nations can also get into these deals through their VC structures, sovereign wealth funds, fund of funds, I think that's also a very good portfolio diversification strategy for countries like Kazakhstan. And let me finish with this graph. I think, and maybe we can, in the second round, if we have time, we can talk more about, policies in Turkey, Azerbaijan, very briefly. But this framework is, I think, very good in the sense that for emerging nations, I think there are two options. You can provide high incentives and low incentives, and you can provide strict regulations and loose regulations. I think the emerging nations should follow the loose regulation and high incentive path, and then when the industry matures, we can regulate AI. Let the EU do the regulation, we do our job and grow our business.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rusal. Разрешите.
Please allow me to ask a question from our speaker, Madiyar Sirikbayevichu, sorry. Madiyar, I recently learned about your startup, and frankly speaking, I was very much interested in it. It's AI assistant to teachers. How do modern technologies can help to teachers in their everyday work, and what are particular problems that your product can solve in education? Thank you, Bakhidjan. Good evening, everyone. I will try to be as quick as possible. Name of our company is Shariai. And we open up new possibilities using AI. And our main goal is to ease life of teachers using AI and help them to save their time, because we understand that time is our main resource. Besides, we optimize all educational processes using AI, because via AI, various materials can be assessed, and students and school children won't be able to use it for preparation, and they will become smarter. Using Shurak AI, we can improve our educational career. Going on, our team, three founders, Yelaman, Aybek, Madiyar, Awilbek. Our team had been thinking a lot about the message from our president that AI is a significant tool that would speed up the sphere of education, and we were based on the poll that we have had amongst our teachers. How much time do they spend short-term plan, which is critical in our educational system? And they said that it takes a lot of time. Besides, they do presentations and how to get the response related to education. And besides that, the exams to be performed in accordance with the standard. Everything has to be in accordance with Kazakhstani educational system. And it takes a lot of time when teachers do that. And as it had been said, AI is an instrument, and Shirak AI is as well an instrument. It consists of 6 parts. This is a set of tools. The first is Shirak Tools. This is a document generator. Everything what teachers need, they can get here: short-term plans, scientific works, research works, and it helps to do the work. It does not do 100% of work, but it saves up to 90% of time. Nevertheless, they will anyway have to tailor it up for themselves. And as well, there are materials that can generate documents from 100 pages within 5 minutes. The second is a Braille bot, and it is focused on educational sphere. And here we help to generate tests in the format of latex. Usually, this is scientific and technical sphere teachers, because those teachers spend a lot of time to prepare tests, and all this had been automated. Then we have presentation. This is a presentation with text, with picture, with plan, and you can use it as a template and you can update the information. Then we have games. Here it requires teamwork. It's games for teachers. We have developed analogs of internationally well-known games, and it all is being generated by AI, and it takes 1 minute to test it, and before the lesson it can be prepared. This is the visual material for the teachers that can be used during lessons for short-term plans or authors programs, and this is free of charge access for teachers, so that they didn't have to look for it all around the internet. It's all available on one platform, and at our own cost we have made videos for specific subjects, especially that can be used by a teacher to show to their pupils to increase the knowledge. And this is statistic of Shirak AI. Our company works for 4.5 months, and within this term, we have 16,000 of users, 700 of which have bought annual subscriptions. And these are teachers who buy these subscriptions, and they find it of a very good use. And we as well do educational trainings, and we have exclusive tariff, and we have a tutors program, and where we teach how to use AI. Besides, teachers sometimes have problems using PC. We start from teaching them how to use PC, and then how to work with information and data. These are reviews provided by the teachers. Mostly they are over 40. They used our platform and they liked it, and we try to take care of teachers, and we understand that education is a key to the future, and we need to teach our children, because they are our future. That is why I believe that if we help our teachers, we will build up a bridge to a new future. Thank you very much. Frankly speaking, I'd like to keep on talking, discussing, but I see that considering this is our last session, we have to wrap up. I'd like to thank everyone for sharing your experience, your vision, what challenges you face, and what perspectives you expect. And I hope that everything what we are doing as experts, specialists in IT and AI will bring its fruits. I'd like to wish everyone have a good evening. Thank you for spending this time with us and listening to our speakers. Thank you.
Alkas.